Oh my goodness. You hit the
I hit the
button.
button. Now we're just waiting on the delay.
You have buttons for eyes now?
I had,
Did you hit the
I
button?
crawled through a suspiciously ribbed tunnel and ended up
Ribbed
twice
for her.
actually.
Ribbed for her pleasure. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of
Hello, everyone.
ribbed tunnels in this double feature.
Yeah, there's some interesting similarities that I'm interested to talk about. Hello, everyone in chat. Yes, we are but 2 minutes late. I hope you'll forgive us.
Yeah, well, and I'll give it one more shot at getting you all on screen since I'm not seeing you right now.
Well, have they earned it? Sometimes it shows up like
Sometimes it
30
shows up,
seconds,
yeah, a
60
little bit
seconds
late.
later.
I'm gonna just
It's odd.
re-paste my code in there and see what happens, because
Someone
that
said my
seems to be
parents
the
were
way.
also someone in chat says that his parents were also eaten by a rhino. I'm very sorry to hear that. Um,
Them
Maybe
rhinos.
your parents shouldn't have been such scaredy wussy babies about it, because apparently, if you just say "I'm not scared of you, rhino," then it won't eat you.
Yeah, it'll
So
go away. I'm not. You're not even a real rhino. uh, they-
maybe you're,
maybe unpopular opinion. Maybe you should still be afraid. It's it's pretty It's still pretty fucking scary.
yeah, that rhino scared me a lot when I was a kid. Oh, there they are
Yeah,
on
that
chat. I
yeah.
see them.
All it
I
took
see
was
them.
Poison Ivy Rorschach demanding it, and there it goes. So
Oh, there you go.
you have a Speaker of the House now.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you've been promoted.
Hello, all, and welcome to another Sunday stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We got a little double feature going on, as promised, way back in the far off year of 2024.
The
We
before
promised,
four times, yes.
yes, we did promise we'd get to this eventually, and then it kept getting delayed for various reasons. But here we are, and we're going to talk about James and the Giant Peach, as well as Coraline,
Yeah,
two stop motion animated family films directed by Henry Selick, who you will also know, no doubt, as the director of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Now, we'll get this straight out of the way right out of the gate. These are not Tim Burton films. He is a producer on, he's a producer on A Nightmare Before Christmas, and obviously he was instrumental in the original designs for that. He's a producer on James and the Giant Peach. I forgot to look if he was one on Coraline as well. Do you
I
know that?
don't think he is.
I don't think so either, but I will check really quick. But yes, we're
Yeah.
here on this channel we give credit to Henry Selick.
who who likes to complain about that a lot, actually. There's an interview that I found of him where the interviewer asks, like, so everybody calls Nightmare Before Christmas Tim Burton's. He goes, well, yeah, the title is Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, but that actually didn't even happen until 3 weeks before we released the movie. He was directing, two
Batman
features,
Returns.
Batman Returns and Beetlejuice, at the time that Nightmare Before Christmas was being done. So he actually had very little to do with the overall production of it.
Yeah,
Danny Elfman
though
had more to do with it than
true.
Tim Burton. And of course, Henry
Though we
Selick
can,
also mentions that Danny Elfman will tell anybody who will listen that that's actually his movie, which is kind of funny.
poor Henry Selick not getting the credit on that one.
Even like apparently Danny Elfman came up and shook his hand and said, "You did a really good job of making my songs come to life." It was like, "Oh, okay,
Well,
thanks."
okay then. Yes, I have heard that. And I think I mean, and it's not hard to see why, especially Nightmare Before Christmas gets credited to Tim Burton because A, his name is in the title on the official poster and all that, but also because the designs are so Tim Burton. Obviously,
Yes.
it's a lot of his original design work, so it has his stamp all over it. And I would say that stamp is on James and the Giant Peach as well, just in terms of like character designs. And I saw it mentioned in chat already, I think a number of reasons why people assume all three of these movies are like Tim Burton adjacent is because there's a general sort of darkness, despite the fact that it's for kids, ostensibly, or
Yeah.
for families, I should say. There's a definitely a sort of spookiness that
Yeah.
feels very Tim Burton.
The James and the Giant Peach is a weird movie. I would say
Oh
it's an
yeah,
odd like a
It's a
standout
nod duck.
kids movie
Yes.
for sure. Very very odd, just design wise, and the way that it's structured. It's a bit strange. It's also based on Roald Dahl, which is another
Mhm.
interesting thing to kind of
Well,
explore a little bit of.
yeah, what I've noticed is that I really like movies based on his books.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm a big fan of them. Obviously, there's James and the Giant Peach. There is the Fantastic Mr. Fox. There's the 70s Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which I know is a bit different than the book, but it's way better than the Tim Burton
well,
one.
funnily enough,
And
the Tim Burton one's actually a lot closer to the Roald Dahl, the
except for
original book.
maybe in aesthetics, and I think that's the biggest
Yeah,
sins for that movie for me. The movie's ugly as hell.
yeah.
Don't like it. What are some of the other ones?
Are you a
Oh,
fan of
Matilda.
the oh, Matilda? That's right, that is a Roald Dahl one.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
and I
Are
like
you a
Matilda
fan
a lot.
of the Big Friendly Giant,
You know,
BFG?
I haven't seen it. I know it's Spielberg and I know it's Roald Dahl, but it just
Oh,
looks
he
like a
did the
big
Witches too.
CGI mess.
That's another one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't seen the BFG though. In my head, it's always the big fucking giant. I know it's not, but that's just what I see in my head. Also, a year or two ago, Wes Anderson directed a couple short films. One of them is based on a Roald Dahl short story called "The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar," and I quite liked that. So there's another
Yeah.
example. Yeah,
He's a
there's
very
something about.
imaginative guy. There's
Oh, for
something.
sure. There's a lot of imagination on display in James and the Giant Peach. A lot of like goofy, dreamlike, childlike logic happening
Yeah.
in terms of connecting all the various events. I quite like it. For example, why is the shark a machine?
Who knows, but it's kind of
Because
cool.
it's awesome. That's
Yeah,
why.
it's pretty sick. Why is the centipede from Brooklyn? There's another one that's
That's fun.
because it's fun. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why is Richard Dreyfuss doing the Brooklyn accent? I don't know. It's kind of funny
because
that
it's
that's
also
him.
funny.
Because it's fun. There's a lot to talk about. First, I suppose we'll jump in with James and the Giant Peach, and
Oh,
I
real quick
wanted to
before
mention.
we do, I just wanted to
Yep.
address a question in the chat. Is he the James Bond guy? No, Roald Dahl did not do that. That is Ian Fleming, who did James Bond and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That particular British
James
child's
Bond and the Giant Peach.
James Bond and the Giant. Yeah, this is a James Bond origin story, actually. Uh,
So James and the Giant Peach is a movie that I saw many times as a child, but then never again until this week. So I had very sort of nostalgic memories of the film, but I didn't remember a lot of the finer details because it's been, I don't know, 20 something years.
yeah.
Um, and so that was really interesting to visit. Coraline I had not seen until now. This is the first time I've seen Coraline. Is it the same for you?
No, I've seen. So actually, when we were, when we were at Micah together, so the chat is not necessarily aware of this. I wrote a short thesis film for my final project that is about a mysterious hallway appearing in a guy's house, and my program director at the time really was into, like, he had been reading his kid Coraline, and
Sure.
he was like, you really need to make sure you read Coraline before you do this movie. Not quite what I had been going for, as you were involved in mine. You
Yeah.
would realize Coraline and the one that I did, mine is a little bit more David Lynchy, a lot more trippy and violent. Coraline, obviously a kid's thing, but I both read the book and watched the movie a couple times because of that, trying to glean a little of whatever it was that Patrick
That worked about it.
that
Was really
Patrick was
into.
like so into
He's an
and
interesting character,
yeah.
Patrick.
um couldn't quite like not couldn't quite get what exactly he wanted me to do with that film in relation to my own, but I enjoyed it enough. I think it's
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. I wouldn't have thought to bring it up, but my thesis film was a little bit Matilda adjacent, actually, in a
yeah,
sense.
yeah, a little bit.
Anyway, it's all connected. Anyway, I suppose we could just jump into it. We got a double feature, so there'll be a lot to talk about.
Sure.
What do you think of James of the Giant Peach?
Like I said, it's a weird movie, and I love it. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Um, the jokes really work. They really land for me in a lot of places in this one.
I agree. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, and I like the visual style. So the visual style is something that I find really interesting because there's we have like live action bits, right? But the live action bits are on very stylized sets, right? Like
Yeah,
everything, even the live action stuff doesn't. It feels more like a soundstage stage play, like almost old fashioned kind of thing. The lighthouse that he lives with his parents at is, very like matte painting esque in the background in that first couple of shots, and then we
yeah,
transition obviously to the famous stop motion sequences as he comes across the ocean on the beach, and then there's a couple of there's a dream sequence that's very much like a Monty Python like
I know
scene
what you mean. Yeah,
transition. You know what I mean? Where it's
yeah,
like
like in the Holy Grail when they do some of those old, like the marginalia animated bits. It
yeah,
looks like that kind
exactly.
of.
Yeah. Which I did not remember that. That was a kind of trippy when that showed up. He's a little caterpillar with his stop motion photo face of his actual
Yeah,
face.
it's not the stop motion head, it's his live action head on a
Yeah.
caterpillar body. It's like something South Park adjacent about it.
Yeah.
With the like the still image of like Saddam Hussein or Mel Gibson flapping about. Anyway,
Yeah, there's a couple of little moments that I think maybe I would have. So the big one for me is the underwater sequence. That part kind of I get to a point where I'm just like I don't know if that I don't know if it's necessary to have it underwater. Maybe symbolically, but generally like I think that might have we could it.
but Hugh, Jack Skellington is one of the
Whoa,
pirates.
he's the pirate captain. Yeah, he is. He plays
That's fun.
a
I like that.
particularly big role. I was kind of shocked by that too. I actually paused the movie. I was like, "Oh my god, it's Jack!" And he even calls it a skellington, which is funny too. He doesn't call it a skellington when he arrives there. But like the thing is, I don't think that sequence doesn't like it is bad. I think that just like putting it underwater is the problem, right? Because like and we can talk about
Wait,
it when we get to it, but like there are a lot of ships that we see in that area that are above the water. It's like you could have just as like there's nothing the water doesn't really add to the tension of the scene. Being under the water doesn't add to it very much. Like
uh,
they don't have
what?
problems
Okay.
like breathing or anything. Yet like it's not.
Well, yeah, they're also flying a peach with seagulls,
Yeah,
like
no,
a
it's
dozen
just you could
seagulls.
easily have it not like on one of the boats in the ice, not
Okay,
under the
so here
water.
I'm confused by this. What part of it being underwater is a problem for you?
I just like I the fact that it's just I'm like okay, well it's underwater, but we're not acting like it. Like that's it.
Okay,
That's
sure.
the problem.
Yeah, because they're in the freezing cold water and there's no like.
Yeah, they're not
Oh,
having there's no oxygen tanks. There's nothing like that. It's just like oh yeah, no, like you're just walking around doing what you would normally do. Just it's you're under the water for some reason.
Okay,
That's it. That's like the
sure.
one thing that I was like okay, sure, whatever. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed this movie.
It's an interesting film. One of the things you hinted at already is that it's one of the most mixed media films I've seen in a long time, or maybe ever. There's live action. There's several different styles of animation. There's the obvious stop motion that takes up, I would say, the majority of the film, but there's also that dream sequence that's a bit more 2D. And then also you see these 2D overlays sometimes over scenes of like clouds and lightning and things like that. That it's like it's a real sort of mixed jambalaya sort of animation styles. And I would say I quite like this movie. I liked it more in my head as a memory of watching it as a kid than I did watching it again. I do really enjoy it, but I don't think the live action sequences are as strong as everything that happens in stop motion.
No, no, I would
And
say
those
they're
scenes,
not.
yeah, they kind of, I'm just kind of waiting for the stop motion to start watching it again. They're fine, they're good, but I don't think he's quite as good as a director in live action as he is in
I think
animation.
the parts of the live action that really like work for me are at the beginning. like with his aunts, and it's mostly
Hmm.
being carried by their kind of over the top goofy performances.
Sure. Yeah.
They're really good at the evil stepmother, kind of
Absolutely. Yeah, they're
wickedness.
very cruel. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're funny with it. They're really chewing up the scenery in the scenes they're in, and I think
Yeah.
that works very well for me. Some of the songs also I think are a little weak, particularly his opener, his "My Name Is
Yes.
James" song. I think that's
Let's
not
talk
very good.
about we're gonna talk about the music first. I want to respond to Nick Sabansky, who said the end live action stuff went on a little too long. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
bit. That's how I feel about it as well. It just kind of like, yeah, we've already sort of concluded this story and we're just kind of waiting for it to stop. It goes on just a hair too long. It's not bad, but it's just, uh Brett was that Brett Flicks Mazursky. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, if you had the opportunity to make a sequel to any film franchise or any film or franchise, what would it be, and what ideas would you try to implement? Oh, geez, that's a big question.
that is huge.
Um, if you had the opportunity to make a sequel to, okay, this is the first thing that comes to mind. I could probably think of a better answer, but I think it was 2 years ago, Cronenberg released his movie Crimes of the Future, which I quite liked, but ultimately felt like it was the first episode, like pilot of a TV show. And I'm like, okay, this is a cool world. I'd like to see where this keeps going. And then it just ends, and you're like, no, like, come on, I want more. This is good, but please give me more. So I would make a sequel to Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future, and I would I would basically just continue the story of the main character because I feel like there's a lot more to tell with
Yeah.
him. There's my answer. What about
Uh,
you, Hugh?
this is maybe not necessarily a sequel, but I do have a pipe dream of eventually being able to make either one or multiple James Bond movies. If I were to do that, my idea would be to sort of do a period piece version of it, so a 50s 60s spy thriller set during the Cold War, like almost like a Mad Men meets James Bond sort of thing. That would be what I would want to do. Kind of set it apart from trying to keep up with modern standards the way that the current filmmakers behind those movies have done, and sort of, you know enjoy it, but be able to sort of set it apart, and give that distance for people, because I think that that's something that they tend to struggle with a lot lately, is that they're not they're not willing to lean into the goofy Cold War spy stuff that James Bond, even in the books, which are a little darker and grittier, likes to play with, and they're way too willing to sort of like shit all over the values of the original stuff,
They
and
seem to
material.
struggle. I mean, it's mostly self-inflicted, but they seem to struggle with adapting James Bond in current year. And so I think a period piece would be a decent
Yeah,
way of, like you said, distancing
yeah,
from any sort of modern, like, oh, but do we really like that he does this stuff? Whatever, all that sort of nonsense. Someone said, Matt Gilbert said, it's not like real life. That's a weird criticism of the film. Okay, so here's the thing. James and the Giant Peach is a very,
yeah,
cartoony, dreamlike, kind of surreal film in many respects. But I can understand Hugh's criticism of the underwater sequence, mostly in that it doesn't really make good use of the fact that it's underwater.
yeah.
It's
That's
almost
really
more,
all I'm getting at, right? It's not like it doesn't bother me to the point where I think the movie has like completely failed, right? It's just, it's a little bit like, you have an underwater level. If you had an underwater level in a video game or in another story, you would want to try to leverage that a little bit for, the dramatic tension if you're going to have it happen, right? So if it's under the
yeah.
water, you know, we could have sharks, something like that, right? Like,
Or you could have some sort of tension regarding not being able to breathe underwater.
yeah,
Just a little
any
something,
little something
maybe.
like that. As
Or
it
that it's really
stands,
cold because it is like freezing cold water as
yeah.
well. Like
And
there's a time
they
crunch.
mentioned that. He
Yeah,
says like to touch those icy waters would surely mean death, and then it turns out actually, there's really
it's
no.
fine,
Yeah, it's
basically.
fine. You can just kind of walk through it, and it's not going to be a problem. And like that's really the only thing that kind of gave me some pause there because I like that sequence. I find it exciting and fun, and Jack Skellington's there, and it's cool. Um, but like at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but like there's literally no reason that it had to be the sunken ship as opposed to one of the ones just stuck in the ice that you see all over the place in
Yeah.
those scenes.
Though I will say the animation, like the way they depict that it's underwater, is actually pretty neat.
Yeah, no,
Nothing.
I think it looks good. It's just that it
It looks
doesn't
really
quite
cool.
leverage it well enough for me.
Yeah.
And that's really that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Matt Gilbert says he would make a sequel to The Graduate called The Postgraduate. True Pop says, until today, I had no idea Tim Burton made a James and the Giant Peach film. Well, he produced this.
Yes.
But as we mentioned at the very top, we like to give credit to Henry Selick, who actually directed it.
Yes.
Often forgot in the shadow of Tim Burton. But yeah, so he produced this, and I think you can see some of his aesthetic sensibilities in the film, as well as Jack Skellington, which is fun.
Yeah. Well, apparently Henry Selick says that Jack Skellington is hidden in all of his movies. I didn't notice him in Coraline, but
I did not either. If he's there, it's more subtle.
yeah,
But
because he
I didn't
is
know.
he's basically playing like a minor villain in this one. Yeah, at Jack Skellington as the actor, showcasing his range a little bit.
Yeah. So anyway, we were about to talk about the music. The music in this film, this is hot off the tails of Toy Story. They were like, we got to get Randy Newman. So they got Randy Newman. And Randy Newman does the music for this film. And for the most part, I think it's great. I like Randy Newman a lot. I like his style. Some of the songs are a lot stronger than others. Overall, this is a musical, as many children's films of the day were. As a musical, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
okay.
A lot of
The
them
worst,
feel rather tacked on to me. Like it was
yeah,
like we have to. Well, it's a kids' film. We got to have music, and so they like the "My
yeah.
Name Is James" song is just not very good.
Okay, here's the problem with the My Name Is James song. I think it's actually a pretty good tune, but the kid is not a great singer. And so it's kind of like, ouch, my ears. Why are you making me listen to this? He's just not a great singer.
Yeah,
He struggles to sing it. The melody is a bit complicated and has a bigger range than you would probably want to give a child who's not especially good at singing. Like I'm not as hugely impressed with the main kid in this movie in general. He's fine. He's child actor as
yeah,
far as I can tell. But the song's just a bit too difficult for him. Now, the opposite extreme is something like Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, where the kid in that movie is auto-tuned to hell, and so he sings these really complicated songs, but it's so auto-tuned that it kind of has all the soul like taken
yeah.
out
It's
of it.
sucked out of it. Yeah,
And I think there's a nice middle ground where it's pitchy enough that it still sounds like a child, but it's not so pitchy that you have a hard time listening to it. And my mind goes to something like Pinocchio, like the
yeah,
original 40s Pinocchio, where those songs sung by the kid sound pretty good. They're sort of riding that line. It's a difficult thing, but that's the first song we get in the movie as well, the My Name Is James song.
yeah.
And it's a little hard to it's a little hard to
They
listen
do
to.
get better as they go on.
Yes.
I think the one where they're all singing about the different foods that they, the different weird and gross foods that they enjoy, but they would give it all away just to have more of the peach. I think that one's a lot
Hmm.
of fun. That one
Yeah.
is pretty. That's probably
I
my
like
favorite of
That's the
the.
Life.
That's
That's a
the
good
life.
song
Yeah,
too.
that one was good too.
That's the life for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that
It
one.
was some
The
catchy stuff,
the love song towards the end, it's fine. You know.
it's nice, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it great.
Yeah.
And I think the score throughout is good. And that's
Yes.
all Randy Newman as well. So I like Randy Newman. This is not maybe his best work. It's not Toy Story or A Bug's Life, but it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good. When I listen to My Name Is James, I'm like, there's a good tune in there. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's a nice song in here somewhere if someone else sang it. But that's okay. So yeah, the musical numbers, they're fine. They're fun. You see the little bugs dancing around, once we get into the real meat of the movie. And that's nice. But none of them are showstoppers. None of them are so good that you don't
You won't really
imagine, like,
remember them. I
yeah,
didn't
you
even
might a
real.
little. Yeah,
I didn't
maybe.
even
Yeah.
remember it was a musical when I turned it back on. I was like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There are songs in this movie.
Yes. They're fine. If you cut them, not a whole lot would really change.
Yeah.
But it's also quite a short movie, all things considered. If you
Isn't
cut
it
the
like what,
songs,
an hour and 20? It's
yeah,
pretty.
hour
It,
20.
it moves pretty quick, and I would say it's a pretty well-rounded hour and 20 too. Like it is. It's pretty well paced for
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
until the
until the
end when
end.
the live action bit goes on a little longer than you'd want it to. But in general, it moves at a pretty quick pace. So the basic story, for those who haven't seen it, I know we've already probably talked about it a bit, but we are going to spoil the film. So if you haven't seen it and you want to, go away now. Um, James and the Giant Peach is a story about an orphaned child. His parents were killed by a rhino.
Gobbled
More
up
on that
by a
later.
rhino.
Gobbled up, yes. I love how matter-of-factly it's said that his parents were gobbled up by a rhino. It's quite funny.
And they never
Um,
caught it. They never caught the rhino. They mentioned that
no.
multiple times.
So more on that later. More on the rhino because I like the rhino. Um, so then he is sent to live with his aunts, who of course are kind of classic children's story, wicked, cruel, selfish, and they're working poor James to death, and he's living in this shitty room in the attic, and he doesn't get a lot of nice food to eat and everything. When he was a kid and his parents were still alive, they dreamed of going from wherever they are in England to New York City, land of hopes and dreams and opportunity and all that sort of fun
Concrete
stuff.
jungle that dreams are made of.
And so he still has this dream of going to New York City. He dreams of escaping from his cruel aunts and going to New York City. And then he how he befriends a spider. That'll become important. There's a spider, and he's like, "Oh, if my aunts see you, they're gonna kill you. So I'll protect you." And then, how does he meet? There's an old magical man who.
Oh yeah.
How does he
Well,
run into
during
him
his
again?
song when he meets the spider, he like makes a little paper lantern, right? Which
With a
is with
glowworm.
a
Yes.
yeah. Well, yeah, no, with a birthday candle or something like that from his
Oh,
parents,
right.
and he
Yes.
sends it out. It floats away. He wakes up in the morning and his aunts are trying to kill the spider, so he takes it and runs away with it, gets outside, frees her, and then that's when he meets the weird old man who has returned his paper lantern full of glowing, like irradiated pasta, essentially.
Little wiggly
Little
things.
rotini.
Yes, and he gives him this magical thing, and he says, "If you I don't remember exactly how he says it, but basically, it's like if you eat it, like magical, wondrous things will happen." But then they sort of escape, and they go all over the place, and they kind of crawl into the dirt around this tree,
He
and
warns him.
then
He warns him before that. He's like, if you let him, don't let him get out, because if you do, they'll work their magic on whoever or whatever they meet first. And so he trips at the base of the tree outside his aunt's house, and they all squiggle away. They all fuck off into the
yeah, they
dirt.
go into the dirt, and he's like, "Oh no, oh no." And then they come to reprimand him and bring him back in the house, and they realize, "Oh my gosh, this barren tree has a peach on it." And they're like, "What? This tree hasn't produced fruit in forever." And so they're super excited, and they're like, "Okay, James, you go climb up into the tree and get the peach." But then as they're trying to do that, it grows bigger and bigger and bigger until it's absolutely fucking massive. And and I love the way it just sort of rests on the ground with like the tree kind of hanging over it. It's really fun, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Holy shit!" And of course, the evil aunts, their first idea is we can make money off of this, and so they build this little attraction around it. They kind of put walls around it to guard it and to charge people money to come see the giant peach. And they're very sort of like ruthless,
Yeah.
business people about it, which is quite funny. They're turning people away, and like no pictures and all that sort of stuff.
Hey,
There's
well, they
some,
let him take pictures of them posing, and then like
yes,
they
but not of
steal,
the peach.
they take his camera when he goes in to try to see the peach, which is pretty funny. So the performance of these two, and
Yeah.
we'll talk about this a little bit more later because I had to Google it. I thought for a for a good 15 minutes before I was digging through IMDb trying to find out if it was, and it turns out it's not. There's a very similar pair of characters in Coraline that are more like the good version of this.
Yeah,
which
or
I like.
neutral maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not as evil for sure. Yeah,
Oh, for
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Um, and I really like the way he uses that archetype in two different kinds of ways. It's interesting to see the similarities between the two and where they kind of cross over. They're not played by the same actresses, which in Coraline it's all stop motion, and this obviously not, but interesting crossover, right?
Yeah.
Little
One
Venn
of them
diagram kind of thing.
is like she's been in a bunch of stuff, but she's in Harry Potter as like the I forget the name. Professor Sprout, I believe, is her name.
Yes,
Anyway,
yeah, that's who it is. Yeah.
and then the tall one, I don't really recognize her. I mean, I recognize her, but I see that I'm looking at her IMDb. I see that she's in The Wolf of Wall Street. I'm like, I don't remember her in
I
that.
don't. Yeah.
But anyway, she's in a bunch of stuff too, but not as many things
She's
I
got a
recognize.
great British smile. Yeah.
Yes, yes, for sure. And so they're very selfish. They're very cruel. They're very self-seeking. So they put a little wall around the peach to guard this little treasure that they found to try to make money off of it. And it, it- James discovers. I'm trying to remember how he gets into the peach. You remember how he gets into the
Yeah,
peach?
he pulls he goes outside and he pulls a big chunk out of it, and then one of the
Hmm.
little squiggle things jumps into the chunk while he's eating it, and then the
Right.
opening that he pulled in the peach kind of glows and spews out fog machine stuff like it's the bottom of a spaceship. And so he
Yeah.
crawls up it, and as he's crawling up it,
He turns
he
stop
turns stop
motion.
motion through this
Doesn't
very
he?
ribbed and goopy tunnel. Yeah.
Doesn't he go out there because like they don't really have any food for him, and then he goes, "Oh, maybe I can have some of the peach." Isn't that part of it?
Basically, yeah, he
Yeah.
comes in and says, "I finished all the chores," and then in one of my favorite jokes of the movie, his aunt goes, "Oh, well, we've finished all the dinner," and so he has to go outside and steal some of the peach.
But yes, as you mentioned, one of the little wiggly glowy worms jumps into it, and of course, that turns him into stop motion as he's crawling into the giant peach. And when he gets in there, he meets what at first seem very, very scary large bugs. And I like the way they're animated, where like their eyes are they're kind of glowing white, and so are their teeth, just
Yeah,
just because that's creepier. And then obviously he's freaked out. He thinks they're gonna eat him and all that stuff. But then they're like, "Hey, a little light here," and then the glowworm turns on her light in the lantern, and then they're like, "Oh, they're actually kind of friendly." But if eccentric, a gang of bugs. There's a ladybug. There's a centipede. There's a spider, which is um, not an insect. There's a grasshopper. There's the glowworm. Is that all of them? I think it's all of them.
the earthworm.
Oh, the earthworm.
Yeah,
Yes.
the blind earthworm who is the the comedic genius of the group, I would say, because he's
Yeah.
constantly dropping some of the funniest jokes.
There's some pretty good ones. There's pretty good like dad jokes coming from the earthworm.
Yeah.
At one point he talks about like being cut in half or
They
his
cut me
brother being
brother
cut
in
in half.
half with a shovel. Now I've got two half brothers. It's
Yeah, the earthworm
it's
is
pretty funny.
Scottish sometimes. I want to talk quickly about the accents in some of the voice acting performances because there's more famous people in this movie than you'll probably remember. Richard Dreyfuss is the centipede doing a Brooklyn accent. He sounds nothing like Richard Dreyfuss, which is a fun choice because in animated movies back in the day, even when they had celebrities, the celebrities did wacky voices. You
Yes.
know,
Yeah,
It-
they weren't
we don't
just it
really do
wasn't
that
just,
anymore.
Chris
Chris
Pratt.
Pratt. Yeah. So Richard Dreyfuss is the centipede doing a Brooklyn accent, which is fun. Susan Sarandon is the French spider.
Yes, who's wearing thigh-high boots on every one of her legs, which is a fun choice as well.
Yes, and there's David Thewlis. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Lupin, Remus Lupin from Harry
Yeah,
Potter. He is the
among
Earthworm.
many other things, he's the Earthworm. I I quite like the idea of a lot of these vocal performances. However, they got a lot of American actors doing accents that aren't their own, and they're kind of shaky sometimes. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this type of movie, but the earthworm is like he's Scottish sometimes, and Susan Sarandon's French accent is fine. It's not amazing. There's a couple other, I can't remember all the performances, but there's a couple other where it's like I know you're supposed to be British, but it kind of comes and goes. It's like coming in and out a little bit. I don't know if you felt that way at all, but
Well, I'm pretty sure there a lot of them are English, right? Like they are, right?
yeah, one of them,
Simon
yeah,
Cowell, like the Grasshopper's doing a pretty good job of.
he's fine.
The Earthworm doesn't have as much of a role to play in a lot of the incidents, the wacky adventures that are gonna come about. But
Yeah.
I think he's pretty consistent.
I don't know. There's a few moments where I'm like, that definitely sounds like you're trying to be Scottish, and then it like in another scene he's not doing that at all. Um,
I didn't
that's how it
notice any
seemed.
of that, but
That's how it
maybe.
seemed to me. But it's not a big deal either
Yeah.
way. Yes, but I quite like a lot of the sort of wacky, eccentric characters. Why is the centipede from Brooklyn? Because it's fun.
Yeah.
Why is the spider from France? I don't know, because it's fun.
Well, they all call him a Yank, which is
Yeah.
and the French
Yeah.
and the American are at each other's throats all the time. They're like constantly trading barbs.
Yeah. Anyway, so he crawls in. He meets this gang of bugs. I quite like that. He gets the magical earthworm and he turns stop motion, but stays roughly the same size. The bugs get giant
Yeah.
for no real reason, just because it's fun. And then the peach is also giant.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, the logic is that they ate the glowy worms as well, and so these 6 or however many bugs are also giant. And so he befriends them, and he's hiding with them as his evil, wicked ants are looking for him. And eventually, because they're worried about being found, the centipede uses his little pincers on the top of his head to
Cut the peach loose. Yeah.
cut the peach loose, and then it goes rolling down the hill and bouncing over giant church buildings and all that sort of fun stuff until it lands in the ocean.
It rolls over the aunts in a car because they
Yeah.
walked down the hill to the peach, but they felt the need to drive away, I suppose, from the rampaging or maybe they were just trying to move their car so that it didn't get crushed by the peach. Also, this is one of the most resilient peaches I think
Oh yeah,
I've ever seen. Like like a
it's
normal
sturdy.
peach. Yeah, it's pretty fucking solid, man. Like it doesn't get one bruise on it throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive, I would say.
Oh, and then
to the GMO.
so it lands in the ocean, and they're like, "Oh gosh, now what do we do?" And it's like, we'll go to New York, but how do we get there? And so James has the brilliant idea. He sees a bunch of seagulls, and he's like, "Well, if there was some way we could tie the peach to the seagulls, then we could, they'll fly us out of the water, and they can steer us to New York City." At some point in here, the centipede is like, "I've been all over the world, and I understand how to navigate. I've been to Bora Bora, and I've been to I can't remember
The
all the
icy
places.
shores of Tripoli, yes,
Yeah.
which is in Libya, which the grasshopper will then point out. That's
Yes, but he pretends he knows what he's doing, and so then they have the plan to hook the peach up to some seagulls so it'll fly it to New York City, the land of hope and opportunity, and all that sort of stuff. But then,
oh no,
they're
what's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening to those fish? They're being sucked into a whirlpool.
Some sort of machine, and then there's a giant machine shark that's this big industrial nightmarish great white shark with like harpoon torpedoes and all that sort of stuff. And it's amazing.
It's really cool. Yeah, it's a cool little piece of design.
That's sort of the perfect example of why, I don't know, because it's scary.
Yeah.
Like I remember that being absolutely terrifying to me as a child. As
Makes
well as the rhino
noises and everything.
Yeah. We should mention the rhino before we go any further. So obviously the rhino is mentioned as what gobbled up his parents. Also, before he leaves, he has a vision of the rhino in the clouds, which I've always quite liked. It's sort of like an embodiment of a thunderstorm kind of thing. But the visual of this giant ominous rhino emerging from these like ominous black clouds, that always stuck with me as a kid.
Yeah, me
I
too. Me too.
I couldn't really explain why it was so scary, but I found it horrifying.
Yeah, me too. And I like how it ties in to that opening scene, right? Because like what they're doing, they describe the family as, dreamers, right? That's why they want to go to New York, because it is the, epitome of dreamers everywhere, right? Like it's what they wanna, yeah, they want to go to the plate to the building on top of the world,
Hmm.
in the city where dreams come true.
Yeah, they
And
make a special mention of the Empire State Building a few
yeah,
times.
yeah, and
Tallest building in the world at the time.
they're lying on the beach looking at clouds, and like basically just dreaming up what shapes they're in, and then to tie that in with the rhino, I think is a pretty strong choice, right? Like,
The dark version of that, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's a nice little detail. And of course the rhino will come back at the very end. But in the meantime, we got to deal with this giant machine shark that is shooting harpoons with
Yeah,
little
and
fish mouths on them
like
that go "Arr."
flying like it has a harpoon that like gets into the peach and starts dragging it in, but then it also has like torpedoes, I guess, that like fly up, or missiles that
Yeah,
fly up
the
at,
cut
like,
cut the strings that are
yes,
tied to the seagulls, which by the way, we should mention the
is the spider's
strings,
web.
the spider's web. Yes.
Yeah.
They're working together. James is coming up with interesting ideas. There's a big theme in the story for James is that he has these parents that are dreamers. He has this very idyllic childhood with his parents, but then they're killed, and so he has to go live with his wicked aunts who in addition to being selfish and everything are constantly putting him down and calling him worthless, calling him a worm, calling him a bug, all that sort of stuff. And then now he's with these bugs, of course. It's a nice little detail
Yeah.
there, but also he's getting to demonstrate that he has good ideas and he's a dreamer and he's imaginative and creative and all that sort of stuff. And he's learning that his ideas aren't worthless and he's building up some self-confidence as the story goes along, as they go on this sort of odyssey across the ocean. So yes, he has the idea to tie the peach to seagulls, and they're
The
trying
spider
to
web.
do this as the shark is trying to get them, and so they have to fight off the shark, and it's shooting little. It has the torpedoes that are hooking into the peach, but it's also shooting these little fish that just are just projectiles to cut through the spider's web, which I was kind
Yes.
of find funny. And so they're dealing with this, and then the centipede is like attached to. He's like caught on the wire that's hooked onto the shark, and oh no, he's about to get eaten by the shark. And I love the sort of spinning, rotating rows of teeth. Those are pretty awesome. But then he like hooks it around, and then he hooks the harpoon back onto its like dorsal fin.
They pound the harpoon out of the peach from the inside of it, and
Yes.
it like snaps back and hooks around the thing. And the little fish torpedoes that cut the lines of the, holding the seagulls in. Um, the ladybug beats those off with her purse.
Yes, because
Wow,
they're being very rude.
because they're being very rude. Wow,
And I,
at which, like, as she hits him with the purse, like they dent and fly away. I'm like,
yeah.
the Archer joke, like, what do you have in there? Buckles? Like,
I
but
quite
then
like
in
it.
order
It
to
feels very sorry. It feels very British. I like the
yes,
detail where she's like, "Well, I can't tolerate rudeness," you know.
yeah.
So she's beating them off with her purse.
And then the
Anyway, go ahead.
grasshopper puts James on his back, and they jump up, with his strong grasshopper legs, and they grab
Mm.
the seagulls that are getting away, and reattach them. And the
Yeah, and
shark,
so they're using all the strengths and all the different sort of personality traits of this, motley crew to solve the problem.
yeah,
And that's
classic
kind of
kids
fun.
movie stuff, and I like it.
Classic kids movie stuff.
And the centipede is out there like trapped on the line because he used his pincers to chop through and the peach tree and get this whole thing started. So he goes out to try it on that, and it's metal and it doesn't work, right? So like he can't. Yeah, he needs the help from the rest of them. Gives the other cast members a chance to shine.
Yes.
The insect avengers to go.
As a quick little design note, I love that as the peach is rolling away in the beginning, it rolls over a white picket fence, so such that when it lands in the water, there's like a little platform going around it
Yeah.
that they can walk on and have conversations and all that sort of stuff. That's just really cool. I think it's a
Yeah,
really
it's a
strong
smart
choice.
choice. I like that a lot, and it
Yeah,
kind of it makes it sort of iconic because I remembered that, right. Like, I was like, oh yeah, they
yeah,
have the gangway around the side of it, but I
hmm
did not remember how it got there. So
yeah.
yeah, good choice.
And so they fight off the mechanical evil shark, and then they get to fly away with seagulls. And I love the sort of it's like the same logic as Up, essentially, that
Yeah,
like a dozen or so seagulls is enough to carry this giant peach all the way to New York. There's some strong seagulls, Hugh.
yeah. Well, then they get iced over, but they're still going.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah, so we have like a series of obstacles basically along this journey to New York City. That's the first major one. I think the next
Yeah,
one,
well, real quick, I wanted to just ask you, how did you feel about his conversation when the Earthworm is kind of, like down in the dumps a little bit about his contribution to the team, where like he's got that depressive streak going, and James tells
yeah.
him like, just look at things another way, and
hmm
he it turns him around a little bit. How did you feel about that particular part?
Like it. I can't remember exactly what he says. Maybe I can pull it up while you talk about it.
Well, I mean, he says essentially, my parents always taught me to, look at things another way, which I thought he was going to make a joke like, I'm blind, because he is, which would have been, it's one of those things like blind jokes kind of always from blind characters always kind of get to me. I think that it's like it's yeah, it's
Sure.
always really funny. Daredevil does a lot of it, I think, and in the original show, and that, like every time it's always funny. So it's just always
Okay,
funny.
so I have the exact lines here. Um, he says, "Oh, you mustn't fright your." It says, "Why not? You'll make yourself sick." When I had a problem, my mom and dad would tell me to look at it another way. And the other one says, "How? First I was bird bait, then I was shark bait." He says, "I suppose, or you could say you gave us wings to fly and defeated a giant shark single-handedly." He says, "No-handedly." I'm like, "Exactly, you're a hero." And he's like, "I am? Oh, I guess I am. I'm Wonder Worm." So I like it. I think the Earthworm is like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything." It's like, "No, but you did do something. You just got to look at it a different way." And that sort of speaks to who James is. Obviously, he's a sort of creative kid,
Yes,
and so looking at things from a different perspective to find a different solution or to find a better way of looking at things to be
he's a
more
spin
positive and all
doctor.
that
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah, you could say that.
yeah, yeah.
I
I
like that
like it.
moment.
I don't love it. I think it could have been it could have been developed a little bit stronger. I'm not entirely sure how. But I know that it kind of feels like they need something for the Earthworm because they've got him in here. So we're gonna use it in this context, and it's it works. It's just I think it could
I
be a little
mean,
better.
I think it's fine because okay, so he's like, I'm worthless. I'm just bird bait and shark bait, and he's like, well, we wouldn't
We
have.
wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
exactly. You were an integral part of that. So in a sense, that was heroic, even though it doesn't feel like you did a lot, like we couldn't have done it without you.
yeah.
And that's, he's like, you look at it that way and not like, I was just bird bait. It's like, well, we needed bird bait. So,
That is fair. Every
of course,
team
like every team,
every
every team,
team needs the needs the third string, right? Like they got to contribute some way.
yeah. I think it's a fine little
Yeah,
moment.
yeah. Okay, that's fair.
So what's the next big challenge they have to face?
When they get hungry, right?
Yes.
They start getting
Uh,
grumpy with each other, and the
this
centipede imagines
Oh, I
everybody
love
is
that
food.
scene. Yeah, the centipede is starving, so he's imagining everyone is food. He looks up at the seagulls and imagines one of them as a cooked like chicken, and so he climbs up to try and get it, and then they get into a fight. And then James is like, "You idiots! We're
We're
riding on
literally
a peach."
flying food.
Yeah, that's one of the less, you know, interesting of the problem-solving scenes we have because it's like, "Oh yeah, right, this is a peach. We could eat the peach."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that seems a little obvious, but that's all right. He's a bit smarter than the bugs. That's fine. That's like
That's
it's
kind
I
of like
think
the whole thing, right? Is that like he's teaching the insects to be human? Is essentially what we're doing. He is the messiah of the bugs.
he's the Lisan al Gaib of the bugs. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have my favorite little musical scene in the movie where they're all singing about all the food that they've eaten, you know, all the weird, gross food they've eaten. And that's where I like it. The first thing I was like, this is a weird movie, because like they're singing about some like, oh yeah, like spoiled motor oil on grass clippings and coffee filters, and that's a delicacy kind of thing. It's like,
Yeah.
this is odd. Oh, this is a strange choice.
Hmm.
And then they're, obviously all eating the peach and enjoying it, and they're having a grand old time, and it's a lot of fun. He
Yeah.
also talks to the spider about how like she likes to be alone, right? And he kind of like has her, open her mind a little bit to the idea of having friends and being part of a team. Um,
Part of the tension there is that everyone else is convinced that the spider is going to eat them, especially the ladybug, for example. But the centipede and the spider are always kind of bickering with each other. The whole team is rather dysfunctional, and then James sort of unites them and sort of it helps teach them to work together. So, in a very broad sense, he's, in this bad place with his aunts. They're describing him as a bug and worthless or whatever, and then he finds himself in the world of bugs, and they teach him things, and he teaches them things, and he sort of like, I don't know, redeems the bugs, if you will. Which is a nice, I don't know, there's a nice little archetypal thing going on there
yeah, no,
that
I
I
think
enjoy.
that's
There's a
that's
lot of
definitely
stuff like that where I feel like it's a
it's what
strange
works
movie.
about it.
It's a strange movie, but I feel like a lot of the decisions just intuitively feel right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and it's at a point in our media landscape where this idea of like like scary grossness was sort of more, I would say probably more accepted as like appropriate for children's media than it is
Hmm.
now, for sure. I mean, like we're talking the same era of like Courage the Cowardly Dog, Real Monsters, all those like cartoons that were, like gross and
Yeah.
kind of scary on some level.
Right around the same time as this, there's also like Kid's House and Toy Story, with
Yeah,
all the toys that are like human animal hybrids and these monstrous creatures. And,
yeah,
everything about his house is kind of along those lines a little bit.
yeah. And I think it'd be it's refreshing, because like it is very unique, right? That this is not something that sticks around like to today, or it isn't like it's not
You
getting
don't see a
made
lot
as
of things
often
like it.
today.
No.
You don't see stuff that plays up that aspect of itself as much.
I really do think we need more sort of kids horror in general. I think,
Yeah. Well, it always
and
does well when it comes out,
yeah,
right? Like that's something that I think people are very much like looking for, you know?
yeah.
Like it is, and because like it always succeeds whenever it does happen. I'm
You
trying
know,
like
I listened to this interview with Jack Nicholson talking about playing the Joker in Batman, and he was talking about how like, oh, kids love it when you scare them, so I tried to like really lean into like the evil scariness as much as I could, you know, for that movie. He's like, oh, because kids love it, you know what I mean? And
yeah.
it's like yeah, they do. They love being scared in controlled settings like this. And so I think more children's, not to say any of these are exclusively for children, because sometimes I see people do that sort of thing and it annoys me. Like these are family movies, and so there's something for everybody. But I like these sort of movies where they're not afraid to get gross, they're not afraid to get weird, not afraid to get scary. And I think this is definitely an example of that, because the bugs are creepy. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Especially at first with their like weird glowing teeth and everything. And everything about the world he's in post being with his like idyllic family life with his parents everything's dark and dingy, and he's like basically starved and malnourished with these evil ants that are like abusive towards him, and everything is gross, and their teeth are disgusting, and all that sort of stuff.
Well, and, it's kind of wild too. Is like that's what sold Harry Potter originally, right? Like
Yeah.
that was the vibe that the first four or so books kind of give off, right? It's
Oh yeah.
like very much like a return to a Roald Dahl kind of children's fantasy horror type thing, right? Like there's a
Yeah.
lot of similarities between James and Harry in this. He's living with
Yeah.
his gluttonous and kind of gross evil aunt and or uncles. He's living in a
Yeah.
place under the stairs where there's a lot of spiders. Like James lives in a basement. There are spiders everywhere, in Harry's room under the stairs and all that.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then he goes to, a place full of trolls and goblins and everything. It's,
Yeah.
it's very
He
similar.
makes a lot of friends, and he faces a lot of obstacles, and he's got to be a clever, brave boy kind of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Broadly speaking, very, very kind of similar story. And one of the things I wanted to mention specifically about this, I think perhaps a little bit less so in Coraline, but we'll talk about it. I feel like this, in its weirdness, like all these details sort of make sense. Like for example, like at the very end of the movie, when the resolution is his parents get caught, or his aunts get caught for being abusive, and then they put the peach pit
In
in Central
Central
Park
Park.
and make a little tiny home out of it. It's kind of thing. It's like that's an odd detail, but it just sort of intuitively makes sense,
Yeah.
right? And I feel like this movie is full of things like that. Like, what like where all these little strange details. Like they're singing songs about all the weird food they eat, but then they get this peach and everything. I don't know. It just like the fruit being something of like a treasure that his evil aunts like want to guard and keep selfishly for themselves, but they have to like set it free and take it wherever it'll lead them, and then eventually leads them to the promised land kind of thing. I don't know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
all these sort of little details, strange as they are in isolation, all kind of work in a way that you just go, yeah, of course that's what happens, because that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean it's got like a very Jungian dreamlike structure. And I think that
Yeah,
works
it's
for
like a
it. Yeah.
fairy tale sort of thing. Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of that that works in Coraline too, though I would say there's maybe
Maybe
a
a little
little less
less.
so.
Yeah, maybe a
We'll
little
talk
less so,
about it.
but we can get
Um,
into that.
yeah, so he's like, you stupid idiots, you can eat the peach, and they're like, what? And so then they eat the peach and they sing a little song. In terms of solving problems, that's probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah.
It seems kind of obvious, but that's all right.
We're
I think,
flying food.
and then they're flying over. They find themselves in the Arctic, and they're like, "Where are we?" And the centipede's like, "I don't know, but we're somewhere north." And it's like, "Yes, very astute. Thank you, Mr. Centipede." And that's when
Well, he says
the sort
somewhere
of
north or possibly very, very far south, which is another
yes,
one that
exactly.
I'm like, yeah, this is a funny joke. That works.
Yeah. And then the conflict kind of boils over here with the centipede, because they're like, you rapscallion, you said that you knew what you were doing, and now we're lost. And the birds are sort of freezing over, but they're still flapping, and they're sort of like going lower and lower, and they don't know where to go. And then eventually, the centipede is like, all right, well, fine. Like they sort of call him out for not having been as traveled as he claims to have been, that he doesn't really know how to navigate and all that sort of stuff.
I
And
love his like response to that though, right? Because James goes like, "Well, come on. If he says he did, then he did. Isn't that right, Mr. Centipede?" He goes, "Well, I used to live between two pages of a National Geographic,"
yeah,
which is
great magazine, a lot of pictures.
very informative. Lots of pictures. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
Richard Dreyfuss is kind of killing it in this movie.
Yeah,
Like
he's really
he's
good.
really good. But they
Yeah.
get in a little fight, and now one of the things that I did say, like, and I immediately like took it back because I'm like, well, obviously, like, we're not going to do that because that would make, yeah, whatever. But they do have a magic little map that shows them where they are. And he'll bring
Yeah.
it back up again later after this episode is over, right? But they have a
Yeah.
little magic map that, like, essentially is a GPS that shows
Because
them
it
where the
shows
beach
them
is.
where they currently are. Yes.
They they don't they don't
They
pull
don't
that
really
up.
use it.
They don't
No.
use that, which they could have, but
Yeah.
like
I don't know why
but
they ever think they're lost, essentially.
well, the thing is, like, they say, like, well, we need something to be able to tell, our cardinal directions, because that's how we'll know where to go, right? Because, like, the map can show you where you are, but like, you don't know if you're going in the right direction necessarily. Although I guess you could just always watch the map and
Yeah.
see
Yeah,
where the
I
peach is
suppose it's
floating.
it's pretty low resolution, so it might take a while for the ball for the peach to look like it's moved to be able to tell. But even still,
Even still, so
it,
like a compass is still useful, right?
of
So
course,
like it could still be like a plot point that they need to get a compass, which is what happens. But yeah, they don't look at the map, the little magic map that shows them where the peach is on it.
yeah,
But they do realize that they need a compass, and that ships have compasses, so they have to go down to get a compass from one of the ships, and then they go underwater. Which again, we talked about this
we
already.
talked about it.
Um, you know, they go underwater
Basically,
and they have a
they
little
have to
fight
fight off
with some
pirate
pirates,
ghosts,
and it's a
the
cool sequence. I'm not gonna
pirates,
fault the
pirate skeletons, and then they have to fight them off. And yeah, but like you said, it's basically like they're not underwater. Though I will say, I like the way they animate it so it looks like they're underwater. That's
Yes,
pretty
I do
impressive
think it
for
looks
stop
cool.
motion.
And symbolically, I understand why we want it to be underwater, right? Like in the cold depths of hell, essentially, we have to
Yeah,
get down here.
but I mean,
But
I don't know. But even then, is it like really the? I guess it is sort of like the lowest point in the story because the band's breaking apart, kind
yeah,
of thing. Like
we're coming apart at the seams a little bit. This is the moment, essentially.
yeah,
Like this is the act two, you know.
it's not the strongest low point. It's okay.
Yeah,
You know,
it's fine. It's fine.
I
But
think there's a
it's
better there's a better crisis moment in Coraline. I would argue.
yes, I would say so.
Yeah, but anyway, so they have to go fight off this the skeleton pirates, and then they eventually get the compass back, and they think at first that they've lost the centipede, but
Yeah,
then
well,
he
because
comes.
he leaves himself behind to help fight them off while the spider and James escape with the compass.
Yeah, he
Um,
does something kind of selfless, I should say.
yeah, to sort of to redeem himself a bit, and then he does come back. His hat floats to the top, and they're all upset. But then he comes back with a new hat that he stole from the skeleton captain.
Because it's awesome. That's why.
Yeah, because it is, and he calls himself Commodore from
Yes.
that point forward, which I like. You know, it's all it's all in service of something that I think is very fun, right?
Mhm.
But I do wish they had leveraged it just a little bit stronger. I would say, like, or just because the pirate stuff is great, and I like the conflict. Like, I love when they're stretching him out, right? Like they're gonna rip
Yeah.
him in half or cut him in half by like drawing and quartering him or whatever
Oh, that
it is they're
reminds
doing.
me. That reminds me. One little detail in the animation and character design that I quite like. So the centipede, obviously, he has lots of arms. He has like two legs, and then the rest are arms, right?
Yeah,
And I love the way they move because the ones on top kind of lead, and the other ones follow, almost like a Shiva Hindu image. You know what I mean? They kind of
yeah.
trail behind, and I love the way they like. It's just such a cool detail. Like I love the attention to detail, and we'll talk a bit more about stop motion animation when we get to Coraline and the similarities and differences between the two. This is very impressive for the 90s. There's a lot of
Yeah.
really great stuff in here.
This
Though
is
I
something
will
that I
say,
like. One of the reasons why I feel like Henry Selick really deserves to be talked about more, because like this is all him, right? Like those
oh yeah,
decisions are all him. Tim Burton might have his fingers in the pie somewhere along the line of
character
production here,
designs in
but
general, like the type of
Henry
stories
Selick
he
is the
wants
one
to
who's
tell.
making all of those little details, like and
Yeah, well,
insisting
and
on
it's
them.
a team of editors. I mean, not editors, animators, obviously. But
Yes.
yeah, like he really deserves a lot of credit because this is a very, very, very well animated movie. I think the live action stuff is like okay, um, like and not maybe as well directed as the animation, but the animation is pretty stunning.
Yeah.
And but then, oh my goodness, when we get to Coraline, it's like, what happened? I mean, it's 13 years, but holy crap, the difference it makes.
Are you saying it's like good good
Oh yeah,
difference?
no,
Yeah.
Coraline looks
Coraline. Okay, I was
absolutely
gonna say like
stunning.
Coraline. I thought Coraline looked fantastic, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's amazing the leaps and bounds in the development of stop motion animation in those 12 years. Because like I said, James and the Giant Peach is really good. Sorry, 13 years. But like when you get to Coraline, it's like, oh my God, it's almost like a
Yeah.
completely different art form, dude. It's so impressive. It's really, really good. Anyway, so we're still in James and the Giant Peach. At that point, we're getting close to New York City. Eventually, they see it from above, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, we made it!" And they got to figure out how to get down. I'm trying. They start falling. I can't remember how they start falling now.
Well, they see it through the
Cloud.
clouds, and then the clouds
Oh,
close
right,
back up, and
right,
the rhino
right.
shows up. So
Thank
they don't
you.
start
I'm
falling until yeah, right
after the rhino.
after the rhino.
Right, I totally forgot about the rhino. Remember the rhino? The rhino's back. So like right before they're finally about to get to New York City, the rhino is back, and it's like, oh my goodness, there's a giant ominous rhino in the clouds. There's all this thunder and lightning surrounding it, which looks really awesome, by
Yeah,
the way. And then the ultimate resolution here is that James basically just says, I'm not afraid of you. You're not
you're
even a
not
real
even a
rhino.
real rhino. um, yeah, it could
It's
be stronger.
fine.
It's fine.
I feel like we could do better than that, maybe, but I'm not sure what I would do instead, but part of that feels a little like simple,
Yeah,
a little
that's the
simplistic.
thing. It's like I don't know exactly how I would have done it because I think somebody mentioned in the chat that in the book, if I'm remembering right and if they're remembering right, it is just like his 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 parents just get eaten by an actual rhino. Um
Were they wait, in- were they in Africa or anywhere? Or was it just like
well,
they were eating?
Roald Dahl is South African.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure he is, yeah.
I thought he's British. It says he's British.
He was born in South Africa, if I'm not. Oh no,
Let's
Cardiff. He was
see.
born in Cardiff.
No, he's born in
Um
Wales, died in England. You're wrong. Ha ha,
he
idiot.
spent some time. He must like in South Africa at some point. I swear he was in. I remember
I
reading
don't
that
see
somewhere.
South Africa anywhere on his
Oh,
Wikipedia
maybe
page.
not. Shit. Maybe maybe I'm making shit up.
You're making things up again. Just stick to the approved dialogue. Anyway, yeah. So the question I was wondering is if in the book, like, how do they get gobbled up by rhinos? Are there just rhinos in England in the story?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe they escape. It escaped from the zoo or something like that. That sounds like.
Oh, the rhino escaped from the zoo. Someone said. Okay,
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
that makes so that's obviously that's not really how rhinos behave, but that makes a little more obvious sense. In this, there is a spooky supernatural rhino of the clouds that ate his parents. And in the logic of the story, I know this is all sort of kind of dreamlike in a sense, but like what actually happened there is what I'm wondering. How did his parents die? Because ultimately, like the thing that killed his parents comes back, and all he has to do is go, "I'm not afraid of you." And I don't know. I feel like we missed an opportunity to maybe make that mean a little more.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so in July of 1934, he was working with Shell, the gas company, the gasoline company in Tanzania, in where what would
Okay.
eventually become Tanzania. So he did spend some time in Africa before
Okay.
he started writing and before he joined the war as a fighter pilot. Which I don't know if you've ever read the autobiographical books of his. By the way, this is like a side tangent because one of my favorites was Boy. It was about him growing like as a boy, and then he had one called Man, which was about his experiences in the Air Force. Those two were by far my favorites of his books.
Interesting.
They're really, really fun to read.
Interesting. Yeah,
It's
I'll
yeah,
I'll check them out. That sounds good. I've been
yeah.
trying to read a lot more nonfiction. Right now, I'm reading a book about Henry Flagler. You know who Henry Flagler
I
is?
do not know that name.
Henry Flagler co-founded Standard Oil with John D. Rockefeller, and then he used all his money to basically build the eastern coast of Florida. So
Oh
like
shit.
he
Okay.
went down to like Jacksonville, St. Augustine for vacation. And he's like, you know what? I like it down here. I'm gonna build a luxury hotel, and then I'm gonna build a railroad down here. And he's like, wow, why don't I go further down the coast? And then he goes all the way down to Miami. He builds Miami, and then he's like, you know what? What if we ran a railroad all the way to Key West? And so the book I'm reading is about his sort of crazy, impossible dream of running a railroad all the way to Key West. Anyway, that's a
That's
side
kind of, yeah,
tangent
that's
and a
pretty
half.
cool.
But anyway, I've been trying to read more nonfiction, so I'll definitely check out those Roald
Yeah.
Dahl books.
Yeah,
Boy
I would
and
recommend
Man, that
that.
sounds
Boy and
interesting.
Man. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. I've actually been also reading a lot of nonfiction stuff. I'm reading one of my favorites actually about an English guy who is the reason that all the different varieties of Japanese cherry blossom still exist because he saved them from the pseudo-fascist government in the pre-war era of Japan.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so
Someone asked how I could read about evil oil barons. Well, that's one of the things that's really interesting about Henry Flagler. I'm going on this tangent. I don't care.
go for it.
Is that he amassed a ton of wealth by being a sort of ruthless, competitive guy in the oil world, and then eventually he's like, you know what? I actually because his wife dies, and then he's like, you know what? I'm going to he try she's sick, and so he tries to build a home for her in South Florida where she can like heal and recuperate, but then she dies anyway. He's like, you know what? I actually kind of like building stuff better. And so he just spends all the money he makes in oil, like building luxury hotels so he can invite his friends down and hang out with them and then like build these towns around them and then build this railroad down. And he's like, I like building stuff. Building stuff is fun. Like so he goes on an interesting arc, I would say. He actually seems like he was a pretty decent guy, all things considered. But for a guy who co-founded like the biggest corporation in American history, he seems like an interesting guy. Anyway, um, speaking,
Yeah. So Roald Dahl, like all that. Speaking of, so yeah,
yeah. So
spent
we're
some
back
time
to
in
the
Africa.
rhino.
Back to the rhino being the scariest fucking thing I had ever seen in my life at this point.
Yeah,
As a child.
yeah. So I guess my question was like, in the logic of the story, what happened to his parents?
That's
You know
a
what I mean?
yeah. The
It's not a big
rhino.
deal, but I'm curious
Yeah,
about it.
that doesn't. I don't know. I don't know because they mention the way the aunts talk about it. Like, yeah, they say they never did catch that rhino to him a few times. So
Kind of as a threat, like, oh, if you don't behave, the rhino's gonna get you.
yeah, and it feels a little like the whole Harry Potter's parents died in a car crash kind of thing, where like I can't tell if it's like I think by the end of the movie we know pretty definitively that it is not something that the aunts are making up, right? To like as like a story to scare him or
Yes.
anything. But at the beginning, I was like, is that what it is? Like, is it? Are we trying to imply that like they had something to do with it, or what exactly? I'm not really sure what happened to his parents. They were looking at clouds, and then a cloud rhino ate them,
Gobbled them up.
gobbled them up.
And then when we encounter the cloud rhino at the very end, after we've already sort of passed the low point, and it's just the last thing we got to do before we finally get to New York, you just got to be like, I'm not afraid of you because I'm brave and strong now. And it's like, okay, I
Yeah,
guess.
sure, I guess. I mean, like it still
Bravery didn't.
zaps the whole.
Here's the thing. Bravery didn't really seem like his issue. You know what I mean? He didn't seem like he was scared of everything. There's a sort of like a self-worth thing, and then like he needs to like relearn to like dream again and find creative solutions to problems and like realize that he has worth and that he can help other people, all that sort of stuff. And at the very end, he has to be like, I'm not afraid of you. It's like I never really got the vibe that he was like a scaredy cat. Or
No,
that he was
well, no. I mean, like he instantly jumps into action as soon as he sees the fucking shark, right?
yeah,
He's like, "Oh
exactly.
shit, we gotta go!" Like, and he
And
has no problem jumping into the water, to go fight the pirate
yeah,
ghosts either, right? Like, he's not afraid of any of that. He's gonna do it on his own until the spider's like, "No, I'll come with you." So
yeah.
I don't know. That doesn't. I think you're right. Make it doesn't quite make sense for that to be his resolution. I think that there could have been a stronger a stronger thing about it, right? Like or
Yeah.
a stronger way to go about it, but I'm
I would have
not.
to take some. I would have to take some time to like brainstorm
Yeah,
how to make it better, but I just feel like that's a weak link.
yeah.
But anyway, he says, "I'm not afraid of you," and then the rhino kind of explodes, and that sends the Peach and everyone in it tumbling down, and they're like, "Oh no, are they gonna die?" Oh, they landed
Well,
on
it,
top
it
of the
sends
Empire
him
State Building.
tumbling down in the peach. The rest of them like grab on to the because the rhino electrocutes all of the lines holding the seagulls in place, and so the
Yes.
bugs grab those and float up into the air, and James tumbles down in the peach by himself.
Yes, and then he lands. He thinks he's dead, maybe, but then he realizes that he's actually not, and he's looking around. He's like, "Oh, we made it to New York, but where's the Empire State
This can't be
Building?"
right. What the hell?
And I was like, "Oh my goodness, I'm on the Empire State Building." And then peach juice and chunks of peach start falling down on people walking the streets below, and they're like, "What the heck?" And then they look up, and a cop's like, "Oh my God, there's a giant peach on top of the Empire State Building." And I love the way he's like, "Get the biggest crane in New York."
You get the little. Well, it's even funnier too because a little girl points up and goes, "There's a boy up on top of it," and he goes, "Oh shit! Oh my god! I've got to help this kid." But then he runs over to the thing and just goes, "There's something on top of the building. Never mind what it is. Just get the biggest crane in New York." And then he hangs it up.
Yeah,
It's like
and
you
then
could have said, like, probably could have said, like, "There's a kid up there. I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's a kid up there. Let's get him down." You
yeah,
know,
you maybe could have mentioned that. But
it
anyway,
is
they
funny. I
bring
do
the
like the
biggest.
line.
Yes, they bring the biggest crane in New York, and then they bring him down, and well, and the peach down with it. Um, And then it's so
The
funny the
aunts.
way his aunts are just there
Well, they
in the
show up in
car
the
that was
car.
destroyed.
They show up in the car, and like the implication is very much that they drove it across the Atlantic.
Across the floor of the Atlantic,
Yeah,
because when they get out, there's like water that pours out, and there's like water in their ears.
and there's
Like
like
they,
one of them pulls a Chesapeake blue crab off her ass, which I
yes,
Maryland representation saw that. Let's go.
yeah, and so they drove the beat up car that was crushed by the peach through the ocean to get here, and they arrived at basically the same time, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, like this is our kid, and that's our Peach. We're coming to take him back." And he's like, "No, you're mean and cruel to me. They hit me," and everyone goes, "Oh my God,
Ooh.
that's not good. You're not supposed to do that." And so,
Well, they
and
they
instead of
try
them,
to like convince everybody to
they
like
show a picture that like that's them with the peach and
yeah,
everything.
yeah. Well, and they also tell the cop that he's a chronic liar and, like he's always making shit up and so he needs to be medicated and all that. And it almost
Mhm.
works until a shadowy, mysterious figure who looks very much like the guy who gave him the little squiggly pastas in the first place screams out,
Mhm.
"Let the boy speak!" And then everybody kind of lets him tell his story
Mhm.
about how he came over here with a bunch of bugs.
And also that they were cruel to him and mean to him, and so that when they're like, what wins the crowd over is when he's like, "They hit me
Yeah.
and they're very mean to me," and they're like, "Oh, we don't like that. Actually, that's pretty mean." And so then then he's like talking about his bug friends, and then they all come out of the peach
No,
and
they fall down. They come down on the seagulls.
oh right,
Yeah,
thank
they
you. Okay,
deliver him like angels from on high.
yeah, so they come down riding the seagulls, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, look at all these giant talking bugs!" And then the spider uses her web to the web and the crane to sort of wrap up the evil aunts into a big spider web, and then they get sort of carted away off screen. And then uh, James shares the fruits of the peach with all the children in New York City, and so they all eat the peach, and everyone's happy. And then we conclude the story by learning that they put the peach pit into Central Park, and they made a little tiny fairy tale home in it where he and all the bugs live happily ever after.
Yeah, and he spends his time telling the story and to all the kids in the city who come to hear him tell the story. And I love the like when he's talking, he does it like a child. Yeah, like I don't know if
Hmm.
you know. He's like the the seagulls, and then we put the spider web on the seagulls. But then
I didn't catch that part. That's
yeah,
pretty funny.
like you can hear it in the background while Pete Postlewaite is like narrating over it. It
Yes.
does end with like the Roald Dahl, like a Roald Dahl's classic trick at the end of his books, right? Is like essentially to be like, well, he wanted a way to share this story with the world, and what is that story? Well, you just finished reading it, like
Yeah.
that always. I
I
hate it
like
when that happens. I don't like that.
why.
It's
Why?
just I don't know, man. I just
It's
don't
for the
like it.
kids, dog.
I just don't like it.
The story really happened, and you could tell the story. It was real, and it really happened because this is the
Because
book that
this is
he
the
wrote
book that he
about it.
wrote about it. Yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah.
It bothers me at the end of Lord of the Rings a little bit too. Like I just don't. I'm not a
I
huge fan of it.
I think it's a thing for the kids.
Yeah, I know.
Not
I
so much
know.
for the
I like
adults,
it,
and,
even
and I
still.
like it for the kids. I think it's nice for the kids' sake that he's like, this story was real. It actually happened. And you can tell because he wrote the book you're currently reading. And there's also something kind of, I don't know, fun about that. I don't know. I
Yeah,
like it.
yeah.
I
I
like
mean,
it.
look, it's fine. It's like I don't have like a good logical argument as to why I don't like it. I just don't like it.
I think I'll say that it works. It doesn't work as well in the movie to be like, and that's what you just saw. I'm like, he made
Yeah,
a movie about it.
yeah. He made a stop motion movie about it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I think,
Randy Newman wrote the songs. Yeah, okay.
yeah. I think it would probably work better in the book than it does here. It seems like a holdover from the book that they're like, we'll do it for the movie too, and it's like, I don't know if that works quite as well, but sure. Um, I also like that he lived happily ever after in the peach pit with all of the bugs. I'm like, oh, he didn't try to hang out with people and start a family and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, and then he lived forever with the bugs. I'm like, I don't know about that, but okay.
Well, I mean, yeah. Now that's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, now see that feels like the end of a fairy tale, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. And it's just yeah, that's the thing where I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm on board with it as a fairy tale. I'm on board with it as a
Mhm.
story. I don't really need the whole like breaking the fourth wall bit at the end. It just doesn't do it for me. But that's fine if it
You know,
works.
what? Fair enough. Fair enough. You just, I bet you also think Santa isn't real.
No, I believe in Santa Claus.
Okay,
I
good.
no, yeah.
Good.
I watched A Year Without a Santa Claus and was convinced.
I watched over the past, Christmas time. I watched Santa Claus is Coming to Town, the other Rankin
Yeah.
Bass
I
one.
watched a lot of those over Christmas. They're fun,
Santa
man.
Claus is Coming to Town is really funny because half of the movie is just, oh, so that's why he has a red suit. Or so that's
Yeah.
why he says ho ho ho. Oh, so that's why he likes cookies. It's like
Yeah.
it's like the moment from Solo where they explain why he's called Han
Han
Solo,
Solo.
but it's like half the movie.
Oh,
Obviously, it's way more charming, but it
yes.
is kind of
Yeah.
repetitive in that sense. It's like it's like the whole movie is set up to be like all the Christmas traditions that you know and love. This is why they happen.
Yeah.
This is why
Yeah.
the stockings.
Why
It's
like
not
why
bad.
does
It's
he
just kind of
sneak in
funny.
at night through the chimney? Oh, cuz he was declared an outlaw by
By Baron.
the
Oh God.
Burgermeister Meisterburger.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you.
Who like perhaps the most anticlimactic ending of a conflict in in one of those Christmas movies. He just got like his family just got old and died, and everybody just kind of went about his laws.
Mordecai says he's not moving out. He's got prime New York real estate. That's true. If I had a nice like peach pit tiny home in Central Park, I wouldn't give up that either.
Yeah,
That's fair.
especially yeah. I mean, now you got a lot of roommates. That's
Is it rent controlled or is that property value going to skyrocket with
that
time?
that's a good question. How are they going to deal with that?
Anyway,
That should be
yeah, that's
maybe that should be my answer. I would make a sequel to James and the Giant Peach where James becomes a landlord.
Yeah. I think maybe I would have liked it if like the bugs like go back to being normal bugs at the end, you know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like that's the thing is like it all feels so dreamlike and surreal that I kept waiting for the moment where I'm like, because I was trying to view it, I'm like, symbolically, what is this all working towards, right? Because like clearly this is
Mhm.
going to be a dream, and I totally forgot at the end, and I'm like, oh no, they're fucking real. Like they're real. They open businesses at the end. We see the little Randy. We over the Randy Newman song. We see the newspaper spins. You know, like
Yeah.
the grasshopper goes to play the violin at
That stuff's fun.
Carnegie
Yeah.
Hall and all that. I was like,
Maybe
oh
I take
shit,
it
hey,
back.
good. No, I'm like good for them, man. Like that's
I like that they don't try to pretend like all of that was a dream, like it wasn't real, but I don't know, maybe symbolically that they have to return to normal bugs at the end the way he returns to a normal boy would have been better, maybe question mark.
maybe
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Maybe, but
But
then again, like you just said, I like those little bits at the end where we see the newspaper headlines of like what they go on to do with their lives. And that's kind of a continuation of like what he inspired in them. Like for example, the um
well, the grasshopper with his music, right?
yes.
Like
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
one that like the grasshopper's very shy about people hearing him play, but
With all
then
the other grasshoppers, they make the music with their legs, but he actually plays the violin, but he's kind of shy about it, and James encourages
yeah,
him to, be loud and
exactly.
proud about it. So
Um,
yeah, so I
the
probably
spider wants to be alone, but then like encourages her to open her heart a little bit to the possibility of friendship, and she
mhm.
does, and she opens a nightclub at the end. So she
Yeah,
gets a little
which
bit
looks like a pretty cool like
yeah
50s like mod jazz club, which is fun.
yeah yeah.
60s maybe.
I mean I would have hung
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah,
So
it seems pretty up. Yeah, so I suppose yeah, with that stuff in mind, I think it's probably for the best that they stay giant-sized bugs at the end. Anyway,
yeah
that's the
yeah
gist of
that's the
James and
movie.
the Giant Peach. It's a rather simple story. Except for a little bit of lag at the very end, the final live action section of the movie. It's a breezy hour 20 minutes. It's a very simple story. They go on this journey, this little odyssey across the ocean and face a number of obstacles along the way, and he's got to teach his bug companions how to work together, and he's got to, use his noggin to solve problems and prove that he's more than the worthless worm that his aunts had convinced him he was. And then he ends up happily ever after with the bugs in the land of opportunity. USA, USA.
USA. Although it sucks that he has to be in New York, but what can you do?
Listen,
Can't win them all.
listen. All right, this is an improvement. All right, it's an improvement either way.
It is. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I think it's a good movie. I don't.
very good kids movie for sure.
Yes.
Like I would say that this is one. Like if you've got this is if you got kids as sons or anything like that, I, this is one that I think they're gonna love. Right? Like I think
It's a
that
good movie to
it's a
sort of,
good.
yeah, I think there's a couple things that hold it back from being great for adults as well. I think
Yeah,
there's a couple songs that are meh and a couple like resolutions to conflicts that are just kind of like, we could have maybe done a little better
yeah,
with that.
but pretty solid overall. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's a solid movie. I like the animation. I like some of the music. I like the wacky, eccentric gang of insects. They're all kind of quirky and fun, have their own unique personalities. It's quite enjoyable. Yeah, good
yeah,
stuff. James and the Giant Peach. Thumbs up. Good stuff. Good job, Henry Selick.
Henry.
You done
Yes,
good, kid.
you did a pretty good job. Now let's see. A little over 10 years later, right? 13 years later,
Hmm.
Coraline. He does another. He gets another one, another little
Well,
stop
it's
motion.
funny because he made a live action movie in between in 2001 called Monkey Bone that seems to be also like a mix between maybe like cartoon 2D animation and live action or something with Brendan Fraser in it. I
Oh,
had
that
never heard
one.
of this.
I have never heard of it.
It's got a hold on. Let me tell you all the people that are in it because I've never heard of this movie. It is not very well reviewed, but it is directed by Henry Selick. Here's all the people that are in it. Are you ready?
it-
Brendan Fraser, Bridget Fonda, John Turturro, Chris Kattan, Giancarlo Esposito. Who else we got? Bob Odenkirk, Whoopi Goldberg. It's
Jesus.
a lot of people in this movie, and I've never heard of it, and it does not have good reviews. So,
It's sitting pretty at a 27% audience rating from on Rotten Tomatoes.
oh no.
This is
Anyway,
like
so that's
prime
what.
Brendan Fraser too. This is like right after The Mummy.
Yep, right after The Mummy. It looks to me like this was after Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well. It certainly looks like it. Who framed? Yes,
Okay. This is
well, it's quite a while after that, but yes.
I've seen this weird cat lady thing on from Monkey Bone pop up on a like, there's because YMS and his friends reviewed it. That's that. Okay, so I have seen that video. I have not seen
Monkey Bone.
the movie itself. Yeah, and by that I mean I've seen the thumbnail for that video.
Anyway.
I did not watch it.
Monkey Bone. That was, a few years after James and the Giant Peach. And then there's another, well, that's a short film. The next feature after that is Coraline in 2009.
That's a pretty long gap between projects, actually. It's kind of...
Yeah. Someone asked, is this pre or post Breaking Bad? That is pre-Breaking Bad. 2001.
Oh, okay. So Bob Odenkirk before he
yeah,
had his
and
little
Giancarlo
renaissance.
Esposito before.
Oh shit! Yeah, before they were wow. Without
It's an
Monkey
interesting
Bone, huh?
cast. Yes. Someone in the chat said that it's a bizarre and fascinating mess. That might be kind of fun to check out at some
Maybe
point.
at some point, yeah.
One of those movies that seems to be lost to time. Anyway, Coraline. What's your tell me what you think about Coraline?
Coraline strikes me as the kind of movie that if I had seen it when I was a kid, I would have really loved it. As it is, as an adult, I kind of missed the boat on it again. Like I said, until my program director, when I was like 27, recommended that I watch it a few times over because he figured that my thesis film.
There's some similarities, broadly
had enough
speaking.
similarities that it would be inspirational. I like it. It's not one of the ones that like I would say is like one of my favorites. But I think it's really I think it's really well done, and in some aspects I think it's got stronger resolutions than James and the Giant Peach. In other aspects, I think it's still got
Weaker.
a little weaker. But either way, I think it's a worthwhile movie at least once, and I enjoy it. I remember reading it, and there's some changes. Neil Gaiman he can be kind of hit or miss for me.
Yes.
Depending on what it is that I'm reading of his. I really like The Ocean at the End of the Lane, which I think Henry Selick is looking at adapting next. Actually, I think it's going to be his next project, which would be interesting to see. Coraline, if I had got it at the same time when I was reading, those Roald Dahl books and like kind of devouring those as a kid, I probably would have really enjoyed it. But again,
I'm in a similar boat. I saw it for the first time, like I said, for this stream, and I like it, but I don't love it. I would say there's some things that I don't quite like in terms of how we resolve things and some of the implications of what's happening thematically. But it's a good movie. Let's start with the good stuff. This is a beautifully animated movie.
It's
absolutely stunning. It's one of the it's up there for one of the greatest looking stop motion movies of all time. I would rate it very highly in that regard. It's stunning. I really like a lot of the design work, not just how well it's animated in terms of the colors and the sets and how inventive, especially the depictions of like the other world. Basically, I like almost everything in the other world way better than in the normal world. just in terms of how well it's executed. Like
Yeah, well,
I
and
found
like especially at the beginning when the other world, what I really love about what he does in the other world at the start for this, right, is that the real world is kind of drab and a little
Mhm.
bit it looks
It's
dusty, it's gray,
boring.
it's
Yeah.
boring, and then you get into the other world sequences in those first bits, and the colors are just popping all over it's
Mhm.
beautiful. It's
Yeah,
really, really imaginative and just unbelievably unbelievably good looking,
yeah,
especially for the stop motion stuff. I mean, it's
yeah.
really good.
It's a gorgeous movie. We'll talk plenty about the story coming up. The music, I like James and the Giant Peach. I thought the music was fine.
Yeah,
It's fine. It's not a musical. There are no songs, but
there's one song, and
oh,
it's
there's a couple like little performances that
yeah,
are like so it's not a musical in the sense of people are singing in a way that's kind of like an artifice. It's like in the story they're watching people perform a song. Um, but there is music throughout, and some of it really works, some of it doesn't for me. The music, I just think it's fine. It gets a pass, but it's nothing really to write home about, I would say. Um, the voice acting and the performances I also thought were pretty good. Nothing super striking. There wasn't anything quite as wacky and fun as like the centipede in James and the Giant Peach for me, but I think everyone did a pretty passable job. I think the story, like the story, if you heard it in an elevator pitch, you'd be like, "Oh, that's great. I really like that." But then when it comes down to the execution, there's a couple things that kind of fizzle out or maybe like deserve to be fleshed out more than they are, or like resolutions that feel a little easy and cheap. Um, because the core underlying story is one that I like quite a bit.
yeah,
The very broad basic story of the movie is that Coraline moves into this like old house that has been divided up into a number of apartments with her parents. Both of her parents are writers who are a bit neglectful of her. They're busy. They're focused on their work and they don't have time to pay attention to her, right? And she's just told to go off and entertain herself while they're busy, focusing on their writing work. And then she discovers a little hole in the wall that leads to another version where she has her other mother and her other father, and everything there is exactly what she hopes it would be. Like almost to a creepy degree, they're very intensely focused on her. You know what I mean? They have
yes,
the food is better, the colors are better. Like they actually have time to. Okay, so her parents write about gardening and composting and things like that, but they don't actually do it, which is quite I like that choice a lot
yeah.
because
That is fun.
and then, because when we get to the other world, they actually take time to, develop this beautiful garden, and they do it in the shape of her face. So it's like a symbol of their love for her and everything. But of course, not everything over there is exactly what it seems, and we start to notice cracks in the facade, and we're like, oh, maybe something sinister is actually happening in the other world. And then as it goes on, I feel like the way we explore the darker side isn't as compelling. It's fine. It serves the purpose, but we'll talk about the specifics of why. But it's maybe not as well executed as I would have liked. Um, and then when she realizes that, oh no, this place is actually bad, and the mother here is bad, and she wants evil things, so we have to fight back against her and find a way to escape back to the normal world. That's the basic overall story. And when you hear it in a broad scope like that, you're like, oh, this is great. That's a really nice story. There's a really nice sort of archetypal structure to it that works quite well. There's a nice sort of moral lesson for the kid about being careful what you wish for and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
But the execution is where things
it's
maybe
a
not
little
as
unwieldy, I would say. Like
yeah.
it doesn't quite feel like it knows exactly what it wants to do with the execution. In a lot of places, I feel like it's kind of things start to happen, and it doesn't always give her a way of being the one who like comes up with the solution to the problem, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah,
That's
it's
one of my biggest criticisms of it.
yeah, it
Is
does.
especially
Yeah,
like that whole very video gamey sequence at the end where she needs to collect the objects.
yeah,
Like two out of three of them, she doesn't even really earn herself. So that's kind of lame. Stuff like that. And then I also feel like we need more meat on the bones of like what the evil mother is actually after, or like how to connect what this fantasy represents to the darker side of it, because I feel like they're a bit disconnected in some sense.
A
But
little bit, yeah. One of the
yeah.
things too that I find kind of interesting, and I think I'm right about this, but I thought Roald Dahl was South African, so maybe I'm wrong about this too. So as somebody in the chat who's more recently acquainted with this, can you remind me if YB is or is not in the book? I don't think he is. I think he's an addition specifically for the movie, and I don't love it. It's not that I think it's a problem. I'm not like I don't think he's doing much for the like I
He's one of
think
my least favorite parts.
yeah, I think he's
Yeah.
distracting from the story a bit, and I don't know like if I'm right about that, which I'm pretty sure I am. I don't know why he's here. I don't quite understand why we added him. Um, because I think he's like pretty unnecessary, honestly. Like we could get everything that we get from the movie and maybe a little bit more on the things that I think are kind of weak without him in it. Um,
I also feel like we missed some opportunities to explore the other. Is it YB? Is that how you say it?
yeah, Wyborn,
Yeah, Wyborn.
Y
Sorry. Yeah,
Wyborn.
like because the other Wyborn is one of the first people we see that represents a sort of like, ooh, a crack in the facade, and then we kind of just do away with him. He gets killed, I think, right? Isn't that what happens? He kind of
I,
gets killed off
yeah,
screen, and then he's just gone.
he does. Yeah, he does something. I think to kind of like push it through. Um, Yeah, okay, so he's not in the book. According to Selick, he added the character to give Coraline someone to talk to. Um, that feels again, it feels kind of unnecessary, right? Because like we have the cat's here. She talks to the cat, right? Like and the cat has
Yeah,
more useful dialogue really than
I
YB
think
does in a lot of
it
ways.
might be a bit more sympathetic to her perspective as being lonely and without anyone to talk to or who pays attention to her
Yeah,
if there wasn't another kid her age that she just doesn't really want to talk to because she doesn't like him.
yeah.
You know, it's not bad. It feels very like the dialogue between them is like believable kid stuff, but it's maybe detracts a little bit from the sort of like loneliness and isolation that is very much supposed to be part of what's happening here.
Yeah, a little bit, I would say.
I don't, like, but there's it's not all
It's not no, it's not
worthless,
all bad.
but
It's like
yeah,
he's not a bad character. I want to like I don't think he's like
yeah. But maybe he's not
maybe
doing.
unnecessary is all I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Like I don't think the movie is all that much weaker if you take him out.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. One other broad criticism I have before we get into any of the specifics is that things in the normal world are like there's a couple things that happen that are a bit too like dreamlike for me and kind of can get in the way of the contrast with the dream world itself. I mean, there's like some things that are just a bit. I don't know, like the contrast could be a little bit better, but
That's one of
in
the things
general,
like in comparison to James and the Giant Peach, right? Like even with the live action normal world stuff, it does feel very nightmarish and like dreamlike and
yeah,
silly, and in a way that like they're really just kind of playing around with the fairy tale aspect of it, right? Like even in the real world, New York is all stylized and there's like 50s cars all over the place, like all that kind of stuff. In this one, it like the contrast, I don't think it is quite enough.
and it's mostly because it's like when we see the normal world, there's just a couple things that are like unrealistic in a way that aren't benefiting it. Because when we go to the other world, things are awesome. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like it's like watching this for the first time, I was like in the first half of the movie at least, every time we were in the normal world, I was just kind of waiting to get back to the more interesting world. I know we're setting up characters to a degree, like the amazing God, what's his name?
The amazing Vladimir Putin. Um,
No, what's his name?
I
It
don't
begins
know.
with a B. Hold on. The guy that lives above
With
them.
the mouse circuses, yeah, yeah.
Yes. It begins with a B. What's his name? Do.
Yeah.
Babinski.
Hoping. Okay.
The
Yes.
amazing Babinski. I like we need to spend time with some of these people so we can set up how things are different in the other world because we will return to the other versions of them and we will return to their places when we're looking for the souls of the children, you know.
Yeah.
So, like I understand the importance of setting that stuff up, but I did find those scenes kind of boring. The amazing Babinski. Yes. He's quite fun
Yeah.
in
He
general.
might be one of my favorite. Him and the two aunties, I think, might be my favorite characters. Throughout the
I'm not
movie.
as into the aunties in this one.
I think they're kind of fun.
They're uh, uh,
I like that archetype. You know
they're different in this. Like they're just kind of wacky. I sort of the way they like argue and bicker with each other, I suppose, is kind of fun.
yeah.
And like
That's the thing that I like about it. You know, like
yeah.
the old married couple bickering thing, and like yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's jump into the story unless you had any sort of broader things to mention first.
No, I think we're good to jump in.
First of all, I love this opening sequence of the we don't I didn't you don't know what it is at first, but it's like the doll being made, but it's
Yes.
creepy and with the button eyes and there's a lot of really interesting subtle details here like the it starts off with a normal doll and then it's turned inside out to be made into the evil doll and the sort of hands as sewing needles, which we will eventually learn is the other evil mother. She's making this doll, and then it's a version of Coraline that gets like the way it floats out back through the window from which it came in. That's really creepy and surreal in a way that I really like.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Where it says written for the screen, directed by Henry Selick. Like she kind of floats back away. There's almost something kind of David Lynchian about it. Off
Yeah.
to a really good start. Then they're moving into the Pink Palace, which is this like I said, it's this old kind of Victorian manor that has been divided up into several apartments. They're moving in, and then we see Coraline. She's got her iconic blue hair and yellow rain jacket. She's going around. She sees a cat, and she's. This is like there's a couple things that happened in the very beginning. That I'm like, wait, what are we doing with the whole well thing? We just kind of jump into her using a stick to try and find
Yeah,
an old
she's
well.
doing the water thing. And this is where I think like some of the stuff cuz I vaguely remember in the book that like it's I'm pretty sure it's still an apartment or it's been divided into apartments, but Coraline's dad gives her like a list of things to go around and check while he's working in the book, where he's like go count, all the blue things that you find,
He
count
does
how
that
many
in this.
yeah, eventually, but that's like the first thing that happens in the
Okay.
book. And so like one of them is the well, right? Like he shows her how to use the stick to find the well,
Okay.
and so
I
she's
I
doing
would
yeah
like
I
that
would like
better
yeah exactly like if it's that's one of the
because
things
that's
that I think the movie doesn't quite get right is that we only get the one scene of him trying to like distract her by keeping her mind occupied with that like set of tasks once.
yeah.
And if we had seen that that's like a routine thing for him, like he's constantly coming up with these new ways of getting her to sort of like explore her new surroundings, that would be while he's like he's basically killing two birds with one stone, right? Like he's encouraging her
Yeah.
imagination but also getting some time to work. Like
Yeah.
I would like that a little better if we see that like right off, you know.
Yeah,
um
in the book, does the stick come back
I
in
don't remember
the
if it
final
does. I
conflict?
really
Because
don't.
it doesn't in this, and that feels like a missed opportunity.
It
You know what
doesn't
I mean?
Wybie
Just
do something with the stick at the end?
does he?
Isn't that how he knocks the hand into the well? He rides his bike down a hill and hits it with a stick.
Oh, I would have preferred she used it to help
Yeah.
find something.
Well, I would prefer she has a little more
Agency?
agency in a lot of the problem solving. But
Yes.
yeah.
But as is, I felt like the stick was kind of neglected in place of the MacGuffin tool that she needs in the final conflict in the end is a thing that's made for her immediately right before she needs it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
if you were rewriting this to try and like tighten it up and have a bit more setup and payoff, you'd probably want to have her use that stick, sort of the divining stick that helps find the water, helps find the eyes or something. You know what I mean? You wouldn't really need to explain it much better than what she has.
yeah. So also, I was wrong. It's not a stick that he uses; it's a pair of tongs. So
Oh, okay.
you're
So
right. Yeah, it doesn't come back.
I feel like it should have come back, and I feel like that would have been a because like, so we set up this conflict, right, with the parents. The parents are neglecting her, and they're kind of the. You could do a better job, perhaps, of eventually by the end of the story having her realize that, like, yes, they could have paid more attention to her for sure, but also by encouraging her to go off and explore by herself, they are teaching her things.
Yeah,
You know, like if it was like the dad shows her the stick, shows her how to use it, and says, "All right, now go off and go use it." And she's like, no one wants to hang out with me, blah blah blah. But in the end, she actually uses that to help win. That might be a little like, the thing that her dad taught her. Like she thinks that her dad doesn't pay attention to her, but he actually did teach her something. And there is something valuable about like go off on your own, go explore kind of
yeah.
thing,
Now,
right?
if I'm remembering right, the mom is a much larger. I think the mom plays a much larger role. Like the real mother plays a larger role in the movie than she does in the book. I don't remember there being as many scenes of the mom kind of like kind of being sort of a this isn't the greatest word, but like kind of being a bitch to Coraline the whole time. Like she's really like no patience for her
He's
daughter.
sour
She's
and very
yeah.
impatient. Yeah.
And I don't remember there being that much of that in the book. I almost feel like the mom isn't as big of a like is I may not even be a character in the mom might be dead, and that might be a little.
Oh,
I think yeah. Somebody in the chat will be able to remind me of that. But like I don't think the mom has as much of a role. So I think that's something that changes a little bit. Is that like she's not longing for a lost relationship. It's one that like fulfills a different fantasy, right? Like, she her mom is very impatient with her, and she feels more like she feels like she would prefer it if her mom was more like the way the other mother is at the beginning, right? Like
yeah.
more doting, more into it, but like the obsessiveness is what sort of drives her around, drives her, away, right? Like
Yeah.
it's the dark side of obsessiveness, and I like it. I think that that's the strongest aspect apart from the visuals of the movie is like that relationship, but I think it hits a little different in the way the book does it, because
That's fair. I have
yeah,
not read the books, so no idea. But just in terms of getting back to the beginning of this movie, because there's the opening scene with the credits, and then the movers have arrived and they're bringing stuff in. First thing we see is Coraline with this stick going out looking for a well, and I'm already like, I feel like we missed something. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of throws you in there with no context. Like the idea that her dad distracts her by giving her that to do, I think that would be stronger, and I would love if the stick came back in the end. Otherwise, it just feels kind of random and just and it leads to her with Wyborn over by the well in his like weird robotic mask. I just don't quite understand what any of that is doing. I feel like the story doesn't really get started for me until like she's back in the house with the parents, and then I'm like, oh, okay, now I understand what we're doing. You know?
yeah. Okay, so I was right. Her mom's not dead. She's just yeah, she's just not really in the. She's not as as big of a role in the story. She's like kind of an absentee mother, and that's where the fantasy comes through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So anyway, she's using a stick to try and find an old well, and she runs into this kid, Wyborn, who has a cat. She doesn't like the cat. She doesn't really like this kid either. Um, She calls him like, "Why were you born?" Like she's kind of mean to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like classic kid stuff. Um, and then she finds the well, and then the stick that she was using to find the well is actually poison oak. That's like this because she's making fun of this other kid, but he gets that little dig at her right at the end where it's like, oh, by the way, that stick you're holding is poison oak. And the next thing we see, she's got the sort of the rash on her hands, right?
Yes.
And so then we're introduced to the parents, and the parents are too busy with working to play with her and to
To cook,
focus their
yeah, to
attention
cook
on her.
things that are like particularly tasty or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, "Go, go explore, go unpack." And she's like, "Oh, whatever." And we were also introduced to a doll version of Coraline that I guess Wyborn's grandmother made or found. I can't remember exactly.
Wyborn's
Found.
grandmother has it, and he brings it
Yeah.
to Coraline because he's like, "Hey, look at that! Who does this look like?" Because he's trying to make friends. He's trying
Yeah.
to become friends with
And
her.
she's like, "Wow, that looks a lot like me, actually." It's kind of
Yeah.
creepy.
Doesn't she call him like
Um,
a stalker or something like that?
yeah, she calls him a stalker because he
Yeah.
is kind of like following her from a distance at first. Anyway, so she's arguing with her mom, and the mom's like, "Yeah, whatever, I have work to do." Then then she goes to the dad, and like the dad's like demeanor and posture is like such a meme. Like I've
Yeah.
seen that image so many times before I ever actually got around to seeing this movie. It's pretty funny. Like typing on this old computer, and he's typing about composting and all that stuff, and he's got the crazy like hunched over neck. It's pretty funny. It's good character design, and it's like 5 o'clock shadow and like huge bags under his eyes. It's good stuff. I like it. She's trying to get his attention. He's like, "Hey, this house is old. Why don't you go explore it? Why don't you go, I don't know, count the windows and let me work?" And there's fun little details. I like when the carpet, there's like the little wrinkle in the carpet, and she steps on it, and it kind of keeps moving and just keeps being displaced. You know,
Yeah.
bored kid stuff. I like this old house that's weird and confusing. There's fun gags like where there's a light switch that says that she presses, and then she realizes that there was a note that had fallen off that says "Don't push," and it like causes like his computer to turn off and ruin all his work. Fun stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I think that scene is kind of nice. It's atmospheric. It kind of sets the mood.
oh
She's
yeah.
she's bored. She's in this old house.
Now I feel like the story's actually started at this point.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, okay, because that opening scene with Wyborn, I was a little like lost and without context. But now I'm like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing here. And she's walking around exploring, and he's like, oh, the boring windows, boring painting, whatever. And the doll she can't seem to find, and then finds it over behind a box. She moves the box out of the way and discovers that there's actually a painted over door, small little crawl space door in the wall. And she's like, "Mom, like, come unlock it for me." And she makes a deal, like, if she unlocks it for her, I'll leave you alone for the rest of the day, kind of thing.
yeah, and she opens it
Right.
up, and it's just a brick wall, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, which disappoints her. Like
Mhm.
she's kind of bummed out because the little sense of mystery that she had, a little
Yeah.
morsel of mystery is immediately kind of squashed. Um,
hmm And then she's like, tries to get her mom to keep going. She's like, "Nope, we had a deal. I fulfilled my end of the bargain. Now you leave me alone."
yeah.
But of course she's like, "But why is the door so small? Like this is all odd, don't you think?" And the mom's like, "Yep, whatever, going back to my work." Then it's dinner time later, and they're eating some really gross looking casserole and I like I like that the daughter's like, "Why don't you ever cook?" And she's like, "Oh, that's the deal. Your dad cooks." And it's like, "But the food sucks."
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty gross. He spoons a big plop out of it.
hmm
He's singing a song too. It's just like the song that comes back at the end, like, "Oh, my twitchy witchy girl, I think you are so nice. I give you bowls of porridge and I give you bowls of ice cream." And he just slaps the slop down on her plate. It's like
Yeah.
it's like he's
He's
super
like,
happy with it. Like
yeah. And she's in her room, and she's like looking at a photo of her old friends from wherever they moved from.
Michigan. They moved from
Michigan, right?
Michigan.
Where are they in this?
Oregon, which is like
Oregon.
that's a change from because Neil Gaiman's English, so
hmm
his stuff all takes place somewhere in the British Isles essentially. And I think that somebody in the chat mentioned that like moving it to Oregon kind of detracts a little bit from the cursed haunted house thing because it's like it is, hundreds of years old in the English one. It's like it's a little harder
They
for
mentioned that it's 150 years old in this. Yeah.
yeah. So like I mean, you can still do it. Portland has some old houses. It's just not quite as many. Uh, but yeah, like you can still make it work. It doesn't bother me all that much. I don't think it matters in like
They Americanized it. Yeah.
yeah, it's just a kind of an odd setting choice, but they all have American accents, so except for the Russian one and the two British ladies. Actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't.
So
The fact that it's in Portland really doesn't affect it at all. Actually, so could have been literally anywhere. It's just different from where she was. Is essentially
yes.
all we really need.
So she goes to sleep, and the sound of a mouse wakes her up, and she sees the mouse run out the door. She goes looking for the mouse that leads her to that door, and she opens it up. And this time it's not bricked up. It's a giant ribbed tunnel that extends, and I love the way it extends every time we see
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's
It's just
really
really, it's a really cool effect the way it elongates like that, and the colors like the blue and purple are really nice. And so she's like, "What? Magical tunnel in the wall?" And so, of course, she crawls into it, as you do. She gets to the other side, and wouldn't you know it, it's a very similar but ever so slightly different version of the same house. Like, like the painting on the wall is different. I think the painting, the boring painting she mentioned earlier, is of a kid with an ice cream cone, but the ice cream has fallen to the ground, and he's sad about
yeah.
it. And when we get to the other world, he's got the ice cream and he's happy about it. It's a nice little. That's the first subtle thing we notice. We're like, huh, that's different. What's that about? She smells something good, and she sees the warm glow coming from the kitchen. She sees her mother cooking. Oh, she just mentioned how her mother never cooks. What's that? Like, oh, it smells really good in here. And then she turns around and, oh my goodness, snap zoom in on buttons for eyes. I like the buttons for eyes a
Yeah,
lot. I
me
think
too.
they're
I'm a
really
big fan
strong.
of I'm a big fan of it. I think it's like the most iconic thing about the movie, right? Like is the
Yeah.
buttons.
Sure. And so black buttons for eyes, kind of creepy. And I love the way they play the girl's response because at first she's like, "Oh my God," but then everything is nice, so she's like willing to overlook it. I think there's something really nice about that because there's something right away that like something's off about this, but then all the sort of trimmings and all the trappings are nice. So you're like, "Oh, well maybe actually my initial gut instinct was wrong. Maybe this is actually nice." You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then of course ultimately it's almost like there's something that makes you go like something is deeply wrong about this, but then they're like, no, look at all these things. And you're like, okay, well maybe, but like she should have trusted her instinct right away, kind of deal.
Yeah.
She plays it really well. She's scared, but you know,
The
and but
promise of the food, right? Like it can
the
be
the, the
anything, right?
food
Like
and the friendliness, yeah.
they have the whole like setup where she's just like, "Ooh, how about like a mango milkshake and how about all
Mhm.
this?" And like it's
Everything
just
you could ever
instantly
want.
everything you could want is there. Right? So like already we're getting like our symbolic sort of like we're getting our really nice symbolic setup, adventure setup, right? Like
Yeah.
she's being tempted by essentially, you know, the whatever representation of evil. She's being tempted by the devil with all these things that she really wants, right? Like all
hmm
her truest desires. Um like,
But there's something lurking that she's gonna have to
yeah.
pay for it, right?
Yeah,
It's too good to
exactly.
be true, right? And so
Exactly.
when she first turns around and she's got the buttons for eyes, immediately Coraline's like, "You're not my mother," and I love the way that she responds. She's like, "Oh, of course not. I'm your other mother." It's like a way of diffusing it. Like she says
Yeah.
it so casually, like, "Of course, everyone has another mother." Like, you silly goose.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Coraline's like, and immediately like taken aback, like set on her back foot by that. She doesn't know how to respond. It's like, what the fuck? And then she's like, go get your other dad, your other father. And she's like skeptical, but she's walking around. She finds her dad, and her dad is like Well, it's kind of funny. It's like a player piano, but it plays him like
Yeah.
these big white gloves on these giant metal contraptions that move his hands around. Like that's really
Yeah.
goofy.
Yeah, so he's not like her dad is in this in the other version. Her
In
other
the
father is
study,
like,
yeah.
well, he's like an inventor slash like musician, instead of just like, sitting around typing on a computer, right? So
Hmm.
it's like
And
there's
when he sings an impromptu song about Coraline, it's actually good.
yes, that's the one that
Hmm.
that I was getting at is like I actually kind of like this song.
Yeah, it's a good song, and I like that, because her dad sings songs for her later, but he's bad at rhyming, like that's part of the joke with
The
the line
ice
that should.
cream, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And also the fact that the piano has arms that control him is obviously something of a setup for the fact that ultimately he's not really in control here. That this is all the other mother, which I don't know how I feel about that exactly. That like the other father is just kind of like a dope who isn't really in control at all. I mean, I guess it makes some kind of sense, but
Well, the only one that's real is the other mother, right? Like that's
yeah.
sort of the thing, is that like everything and the other father eventually will sort of develop its
Well,
own kind of like sentience, right? Like
Well, I guess he isn't real, right? So that's what's confusing to me. So, okay, we'll just jump ahead because eventually they'll realize that this world that they're in is a little bit like the Matrix that hasn't been fully generated past like however many hundreds of
yeah, like
yards
it's
from the
evil
house.
magic, right?
Yeah.
That the
But it's
other
just like
mother.
it's a white empty void outside of where the other mother has generated this reality. So,
Yes.
and then later, as we go on, as she's fighting off all the different side characters in this other world, like once she collects the soul of one of the missing children, like that part of the map disappears essentially, and everything kind of like closes back down just to the core of the house, right? So does that imply that all those other characters aren't real, or are they just dead and so they disappear now? Like I'm not
They were all like creations, right? Isn't that
okay.
like the
I guess
thing?
so.
Like, yeah. The only
I don't.
ones that are real, I think, are the souls of the children, right? Like that's the rest
Yeah.
are like
Entirely figments of the mother's creation, I
yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it seems a little weird that it's only the mother, and that there isn't another evil dad, that it's just like a figment, like someone like a pawn that's being played by it puts like an overwhelming amount of emphasis on the mother, which I'm fine with her being the main big bad, but I don't know, does that strike you as weird at all?
Not, I mean, not particularly. I don't know. It's
Okay,
like
maybe it's just me.
it's like a witch creature, right? That's
Sure.
like, and
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
just
It feels
because she isn't ultimately an evil version of the other mother. She's like its own thing who is wearing the disguise, so I guess it is just like a one witch. I guess that's fine, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Because she's like wearing the disguise of her mother, but it's not really, because when she'll eventually transform, and she's much more like the taller evil aunt in James and the Giant Peach. She's very lanky and bony and
Yeah.
skeletal.
And like spider like in a way. Yeah, there's like the really long fingers, has that arachnid sort of look to it. Um but
Oh
yeah.
yeah, like someone has Georges Rex mentioned that like these are dolls essentially created by the other mother.
Yeah.
I think what's weird about it is to what degree they're evil or independent of the other mother. Then, you know what I mean? Almost like they're real people, except that they're not. I don't know. Something
Yeah,
about that just
they
is
play a little fast and loose with that, like
yeah.
which ones, because the other old women, the mirror versions of the other old women are also evil.
Yeah. And
The so is
well
Mr.
the
Bobinski.
but he's just a collection of rats
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah, so it's I don't know. It's just a little strange. It's a little odd, but like you said, they play a little fast and loose with it. But anyway, so she meets the other father, and he's being played by the piano, and he's playing the piano. Then they sit down for dinner, and the dinner looks amazing. There's a nice roast chicken or turkey, whatever that is, mashed potatoes. There's a literal gravy train, which I find quite fun. Here comes the gravy train. She goes, shoot, shoot. I don't know why, but that's so funny to me. Like, I don't know if the rest of the movie is quite as silly as that moment is, but I like that moment a lot. It's funny. And so she has the mango milkshake. It's everything she could ever want, you know. And it says "Welcome Home," and that's a nice little detail because they bring out a cake that says "Welcome Home" with candles on it, and she's kind of immediately like suspicious of that. She's like, "Home? What do you mean, welcome home?" I like that detail. And they're like, "We've
Yeah.
been waiting for you, Coraline." She's like, I don't know about all this. And it's like, it wasn't the same without you, kiddo. And then this is when she's like, I didn't know I had another mother. It's like, of course you do. Everyone does. Like, you silly goose.
Stop asking questions. Damn.
Yeah, you're asking a lot of questions, being a nosy little brat.
No wonder your real mother doesn't like.
What's the Chinatown thing? It's like, you know what happens to nosy fellas. Anyway, so she makes up an excuse like, I better get going to bed. She goes up to her room, and it's really nice. And then there's like the picture frame,
the picture frame with her friends, and it starts talking to her,
like Harry Potter kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Holy
so
cripes!
this perfect ideal, you know, other world. I love the detail because I think it sells the creepiness, and also it's kind of a more extreme version of what she's like really hoping for deep down, is that they'll pay attention to her, is that they just sit by her bedside and stare at her while she sleeps.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, that's a nice little detail. It's like, ooh, that's like, we're gonna develop that, hopefully, in my mind, to like what the extreme version, the evil version of what she's hoping for. Like, that's what that seems like to me, like total helicopter obsessive parents. So then she wakes back up, and she's back in her normal world. So like the way to get back for the most part of the story is by falling asleep, right?
Yeah.
Because it's, you know, and then she wakes up from the dream world, right? She has to go through the tunnel to get there, but then ultimately it's waking up from the dream into her normal world. She wakes up. Oh, it's been mentioned that at one point, they use mud to put on her poison oak to heal it. And so she wakes up from the dream, and that's part of the evidence that it was real, that it wasn't just, you know, it's like the mud on the boots in Nosferatu. It's like, oh, that wasn't just a dream.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
She's telling her parents about it, and they're just being the normal selves, like, yeah, right. You had a silly dream. That's great, honey.
Yeah, I've got to write about compost.
Yep. Yeah. To go back to writing about compost.
She goes, this might be a little later, but she goes to buy clothing with her mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she wants like this one expensive piece of clothing that's kind of, you know, colorful and weird and bright.
Yeah, some like knit gloves that are a bit expensive, but they're very colorful. Yeah.
Yeah. And her mom is basically like, no, you can't do it. Not for that price, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she gets a pair of those from the other mother later, right? Is that what happens, or
no? At the very end of the story, her actual mom gifts those to her.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And that's a little bit of a payoff that they're like, yeah. There is something interesting that I like about this movie. It's like her parents don't completely change into the perfect, better parents, but there's like a little nod that they'll be slightly better.
Yeah, well, you know, like I mean, basically,
like
the whole thing with them that you end up finding out by the end, right, is that like they're really stressed about finishing one particular project that they're on, right?
Yeah.
And throughout, like, once they finish it, they immediately kind of like do a 180, right? Like
they sort of go back to, I guess, how things used to be.
Yeah, like they're like, oh,
they pay more attention to her. Yeah, they're just
they're
really
happier.
busy.
They're less stressed. Yeah. So like, you know, like that, and that's one of those things that I think somebody mentioned, like the dad is a generational icon now, right? Where it's like, yeah, they've been struggling for a while because they're trying to make ends meet and trying to finish this project. But as soon as it's done and it's proving rather successful, um, like things are fine again, right? But it's like,
Something very childlike about that. Like it seems like forever that
yes,
time.
exactly,
Yeah, like that's how it's going to be forever now, and she kind of freaks out about it in a sense. But
exactly.
yeah, at the end, things do sort of return to normal, or things are better anyway. Like he's not thrilled about gardening, like the ideal, quote unquote, ideal parents on the other side were, and like she gets them the gloves or whatever. Like they're still, we found a happy medium to a degree, which is something I like.
Yes.
Anyway, so those gloves are an interesting thing because I like the way they come back. It's a little bit of a payoff for healing the relationship with her mom at the end. But after she comes back to the real world, she's got to go deliver some stinky cheeses to the amazing Babinski that accidentally got delivered to her door. And he's a silly, crazy guy. He's doing all sorts of acrobatics while balancing on the rails to his like balcony. And he talks about his mouse circus that he has, and that he's going to use these expensive cheeses. There's a really fun line he says. I'm going to see if I can get it exactly right because it's pretty funny. Um, he's talking about the mice and what the purpose of the cheese is. He says the problem is my new songs go oompa oompa, but the jumping mice they play only toodle toot like that. And so I'm going to use these cheeses to motivate them to play properly. He's like, it's nice, but not so much amazing. I love the way he talks. It's great. He's a quite funny side
Yeah,
character.
yeah, I like him a lot.
And so eventually we'll hear from the mother that like he's maybe like the mouse circus isn't even real and he's just a crazy old man. Um, Coraline will later insist that like he's not crazy, he's just a drunk. But he's a sort of a wacky character that lives above them. He's got this mouse circus that we don't see yet.
Yeah, but the mice, like before she leaves, right? He comes out and says, like, "Wait, the mice told me to warn you about the door,"
Right.
right?
Yeah.
He's like, "Wait a minute, they know you. They told me to warn you about going through that door, right?" Which
Hmm.
is like I like that touch a lot. Yeah, like
Yes.
that feels very like kid story horror type thing, right? Where it's
Hmm.
like, yeah, that just really like that's a really good little detail.
Well, and it's an acknowledgement that like there's just supernatural things happening here. It's
Yeah,
like we're not doing that thing that a lot of adult stories do where they try to be like, "Oh, it actually was all a dream." It's just like, "No, the animals can sense the supernatural things and the animals told me to tell you this." Like this thing that there's no way the amazing Babinski could know about, you know what I mean? And like it's like that with the cat later as well. Yeah, I like that detail a lot. It's really strong. Then she goes down, of course, to meet the ladies that live in the basement, and there's these two wacky old ladies that bicker and argue with each other, and they have this sort of like nightclub, and it's almost like,
former burlesque characters.
well,
Yeah,
yes, exactly. Um, and like they're washed up burlesque dancers that live in their basement, and they're very British, and then they're arguing over what kind of tea to give her, and then they have a whole bunch of this certain kind of dog. I don't know the name of the dog, but
they're like
they have.
Scottish terriers or something like
Yeah,
that.
something
Yeah,
like that. They have a whole bunch of them, and then a whole bunch more that have been taxidermied on the wall.
and
All
they're
the
like,
dead ones.
God, there's so many points in the movie too where they're like measuring out the live ones for their angel costumes because they're gonna taxidermy them all.
Yeah. Well, he's like, there's one in particular. He's got kind of cloudy old dog eyes, and they're like, well, he doesn't have long left, so I'm building him his costume now. And so we just establishing those characters, and then she meets Wyborn again, and he's like doing stuff with slugs, and I'm bored essentially watching this. Like I don't really care. What do we it feels like, yeah, in hindsight it does feel kind of superfluous. I'm not surprised to learn that he was an addition for the movie that wasn't in the book
Yeah,
because a lot of the scenes with him feel kind of worthless a little bit except for the fact that they're establishing the cat, I guess.
yeah. The cat voiced by Keith David, by the way.
Oh yeah, he hasn't spoken yet, but I love Keith David's performance in this. He's incredible.
Yes.
He's a really strong. Well, he's great in everything, but I really like him in this movie. So it is nighttime again, and the mice leave. She leaves a was it? She leave a little bit of cheese. Yeah, she leaves a little bit of cheese to attract the mice. Then they come back, and they lead her once again to the hole in the door. The hole in the wall. So she crawls through it, goes back to the other side, and she's this is when like the mom's cooking again, but she's like, "Oh, get your father. He's out in the garden." And Coraline's like, "Oh, but my parents never garden. They only talk about it." And
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh, go out into the garden." And then she goes out, and there's this beautiful, very lush garden with all these very Dr. Seussian plants, that like sort of some of them that kind of come to life and nibble at her and things like that. All sorts of birds, and everything's very lush. The music itself is very lush. I like the music in this section
Yeah,
especially.
me too.
Butterflies, and he's riding a giant praying mantis tractor, which is fun. I like that. That's cool. And like he's planting a bunch of seeds, and flowers are blooming up behind him. It's all very lush and beautiful. This is kind of everything she hoped that they would do, because they're plant people, but they never seem to garden. Or you could say they haven't gardened in a while because they've been busy. But this is, and then they fly up in the tractor that of course has wings because it's a praying mantis. And then we see from overhead that it's like a giant shape of Coraline's face, and it's like a monument to her. It's like, wow, they love her so much, unlike her real parents.
Her real parents never even write about making a garden of her face. Stupid fuckers. Anyway, and
Hmm.
this is when like she goes to visit all the other neighbors too, right? Because like we're getting the contrast of everything basically
Yeah, well,
back
the
to back.
first thing we introduce is the other YB, and there's a nice creepy moment where the other mother says, she's like, "Great, another YB," and then she says, "Hello, why were you born?" And he doesn't say anything but waves back. And then the other mother says, "I thought you'd like him more if he spoke a little less." Like, ooh,
Hmm.
that's creepy. I like that, but that's the sort of hint that she's kind of like making this world for her, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And she doesn't really fully appreciate the implication there yet. But she's like, "Oh, he can't talk at all."
But it's like a very childlike kind of thing, right? Because at first she's like, "Oh, cool, yeah, you're right. Like I do prefer this version of him." Like, because she doesn't, she's not a huge fan of Wyburn. You know,
Yes, because
she
he's
finds him
annoying
annoying, and
Mhm.
you know, she's right. But
He is annoying, yeah. So she prefers this version, as do we, of course. Then they go. This is when we do the we meet the other versions of the neighbors. So they go upstairs to the guy's circus, and then the circus is amazing. It's like a real circus. They have cotton candy that shoots out of cannons, and they
I
have like a
love the sequence with the mice circus. Actually,
yeah.
it's really well animated. It's
Hmm.
very captivating to watch it on screen.
Oh,
Very very
absolutely.
cool thing to see.
And I love that they go into this small tent, like the kind of tent you'd find in a backyard for kids, but then it's like a giant thing inside of it. That's a really
Yeah.
nice touch.
Yep.
And there's like, the mouse circus is awesome. It's really cool. It's really well synchronized and choreographed and everything. And the amazing Babinski sure is amazing. It's great. They're
Yeah.
cheering for him and everything, and that's nice. And then I don't think we see the other versions of the old ladies in the basement yet. Because she
Don't they
like
have that
after
whole show where they like?
they will, but not yet. Because
Okay.
then she wakes up she goes back, and she goes to bed, and her parents and the other YB are there watching her sleep again, which is creepy. Why are you there, other YB? You don't you have a home to go to? Please stop watching this child sleep. So she wakes up, and she is like not thrilled, essentially, about being back in her normal life, because her parents are like obsessing about this project where like they're trying to publish some sort of gardening book. That seems to be the implication. Obviously, it's written by Neil Gaiman, so it's about writers trying to get their work published.
Yeah.
um, some sort of gardening, composting catalog. And so then they go shopping for new clothes, presumably for the new school year. Their school uniforms, we see them all in a row. They're all very drab and gray. And so she likes these gloves, and she's like, "Mom, I would like these gloves. Everyone's gonna have the gray uniforms, but these will help me stand out." And the mom's like, no.
25
Uh,
fucking dollars for a pair of
for gloves?
knitted
Yeah, I
mittens?
don't know
Yeah,
about
fuck
that.
that shit.
And then
And you know what?
Coraline's
I'm
like,
on board with it.
yeah. And
That
she's
is a
like, "Put them
ridiculous
back."
ask.
Coraline is like, my other mother would get them. And she's like, well, maybe she should buy all your clothes. It's like she's so sassy. I like this is the kind of stuff in the movie that I'm like all for. This I feel like this is all working quite strongly in terms of setting up the conflict. And the more time she spends in this fantasy version, the more she grows to resent her parents, and there's sort of a division growing between them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This stuff is all great as far as I'm concerned. I'm pretty hooked at this point, except for some of the scenes with Wyvern. He's annoying. But this, when the conflict starts to develop, I like it. And then at one point, this must have happened earlier. I forgot to mention it, but she goes to try and unlock the door, and it's locked now. And so now, when she's driving home from the store with her mom, she's like, "Why'd you lock the door?" And she's like, "Well, I found some rat poop, so I thought it'd be safer to lock it up." Which is interesting because
Yeah,
that's this is
interesting because like she thinks there's just a brick wall behind it,
yeah.
which doesn't quite track.
Doesn't totally follow, but one of the things it's clearly trying to establish is that like, oh, maybe the mice aren't mice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
Which
I'm fine with that.
yeah. And so they go home and they like look in the fridge, and it's like such a disgusting fridge with like a moldy, rotting apple and everything. Yeah,
Sad
pretty
ass
great.
couple slices of bologna.
Yeah. And the real mother is like, well, I'm going to go to the store and to buy some groceries. And so while the mother is gone, she gets the key out of the drawer, unlocks it, and oh my gosh, the door to the other house is open during the daytime, which it has not been in the past. I think that's an interesting and important
A
detail.
nice development, like escalating our.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
escalating, right? Because we're escalating now. She's going during the daytime, so now she's like dreaming during the day. You know what I mean? It's almost like what something that could have been maybe reserved for the nighttime. It's like, oh, now she's doing it during the day, and also she's doing it sneakily. She's like, it's been locked off to her, so she steals the key in order to like access it when she's not supposed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's a nice
exactly.
escalation as
Another
well.
another escalation point. Yeah, I think we're building. We are building up like our main conflict pretty solidly, I
Yeah,
would say.
I'm into it. Like I'm at this point, I'm like, I can't wait to see how the dark side manifests because we're almost there. And so she gets there to the other side, and there's like this whole tray of cupcakes and hot dogs and pizza. It looks delicious. There's a note written for her that says, "Dearest Coraline, Miss Spink and Miss Forcible have invited you downstairs after lunch. I hope you like the new outfit I made you." And so she has this nice, sparkly new outfit, right? With like blue shoes and a very sparkly star, like with like a top with stars on it and everything. So it's everything she didn't get from her real mother, right? So this is when she goes down to the basement. Oh, but before she can go down to the basement, she meets Keith David the cat. I love Keith David the cat. He's great.
Yes.
I love his voice. It's perfect casting for something like this.
And what he reveals too is that the cats can go back and forth between this world and the other. Like this, he's not the other cat. He's the cat that she met earlier. So yeah, that is like a fun little way of using the cat sort of like mystical cat powers thing. It's another Neil Gaiman one. He likes to have animals be that play that role in his stories.
Yeah, the animal is sort of like a bridge between the real world and the spirit world kind of thing. It's a very common sort
which
of
is
trope.
nice.
I mean
I like
showed
it,
up.
man. I find it really
Yeah,
really
I mean it
enjoyable.
showed up in the Northman quite a bit too.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Also, Quantum Ranger Power points out that $25 in 2009 would be about $36.76 today. So she's basically asking for like $40 gloves. And yeah, no, fuck that. You're getting like some $5 polyester mittens before you go to go to school.
So Keith David the cat is talking to her, and Keith David says, "I come and go as I please." And she's surprised by that. She says, "The other mother hates cats. Not like any other mother I've known," he says. And she's like, "What do you mean? She's amazing." And he's like, "You probably think this world is a dream come true, but you're wrong. The other YB told me so. It's like, that's nonsense. He can't talk. He's like, perhaps not to you. We cats, however, have far superior senses than humans. And then he hears something in the distance and then runs away before telling her anything else. Which is kind of funny, but it's also like, man, does he know more at this point? I feel like he probably should have told her more.
Maybe a little bit, but cats have to be, you know,
They're wacky creatures.
yeah, kind of scummy and mysterious.
And so she goes down to the basement, and this is when she sees the performance with the in the giant theater,
Yeah,
the burlesque
yeah, yeah.
show. We want to talk about that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I like this sequence too. It's another one that, like the Mouse Circus, really works for me. I think it's fun. I like the whole like suspense of watching them jump in to the tiny little thing of water. I like it when they rip off their elderly exteriors and reveal the young and vibrant and hot athletic burlesque performers that they once were in underneath, right? Like I think that's I like the symbolism there also.
Yeah.
That like this is what they view themselves as in the real world, and maybe
Yes.
what they were like at one point in time. I
Yeah.
think that it's very strong, and it's like it is kind of like one of those. She she's seeing the what she wants the best version of all of this to be, right? Like she wants the
Mhm.
Mouse Circus to be real. She wants these two to have this like mysterious and adventurous past, right? Where they're like high flying, sort of adventurous, as more accurate than mysterious. But like she wants them to have that kind of thing, and she's getting to experience it all. But it's all gonna like I think it could have been stronger in this regard, but it is all going to come back to sort of bite her later on when she has
Yes.
to, you know, go through them essentially to get the things that she needs to escape, right? When she's
Yeah. Not
trapped.
just the things she needs to escape, but also like the children who have been lost before her.
Yes, yeah, free
You know?
the spirits of the captured.
There's a fun so as they're having they're doing their musical number and they're trading back and forth, and then like their bickering competitive nature comes back in,
Yeah,
and they're like fighting each other, and that's when things go wrong, and like all the sets behind them and the costumes and the animatronics all start falling apart. And that's when they emerge from the fat ugly versions of
the
themselves.
elderly
Yeah.
and like fat, like they emerge from the prison of age, and they are
Yes.
back in their prime.
It's really interesting as a design decision that the old women in this other world, they have buttons on their eyes, but they're sort of painted blue and white to look more like their actual eyes looked in the real world at first, and then when they emerge from these like shells to reveal this like very slender, young, beautiful versions of themselves, they go back to having the sorry, not the blue, the black button eyes.
Yeah,
And it's like that's a nice choice as well. And so like Coraline gets involved in the number. At one point she gets lifted up doing all the acrobatics and stuff like that. It's fun, everyone claps. Um here's what I'm confused about with other Y born.
okay.
Um because he is essentially he's he's the one that told Keith David Cat that everything here is not what it seems. And we'll eventually learn that he's being forced by the other mother to put on this facade for the sake of Coraline because this is all a trap for Coraline, right? They're trying
Yes.
to ensnare her, so to speak, like a spider might in its web. Uh, these are all dolls made by the other mother, except for that some of them are sentient.
Some of them have their own, like the father, the other father, you'll hear him, when he's when the garden, rises up against her, you know. you can hear him saying like, I'm sorry, I don't like, I don't want to do this, she's making me, right? Like, and his like resistance to her power sort of is what helps Coraline win the day in that particular episode, right?
Oh yeah, because she wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah,
That's I don't like
exactly.
that. We'll
Yeah,
talk
which I
about that
like.
one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there. But like, so that happens, right? And then other YB has this heroic, self-sacrificial nature to him as well.
Which my first question is how that's possible. This is all a world, an illusion world created by an evil witch, but like some parts of it are working against her for reasons. I don't quite understand that.
Yeah,
Like,
that doesn't that part is unclear. Like and it seems to only happen really because like the story
this
needs
is
it to, like
yeah,
the
the
movie
story
needs it to.
needs it too because the story doesn't have a great way of showing how the cracks start to form, unfortunately. I
Yeah.
was really excited for that part, but I think they did it in a way that was kind of very unsatisfying to me. So, Wyborn being this doll created by the evil witch as part of this illusion world, but he, for some reason, is uniquely sympathetic to Coraline and ostensibly wants to tell her that this is a trap. So he told Keith David's cat because Keith David's cat is the only one that can communicate with him because he doesn't actually talk. However, in other scenes, like when they're at this burlesque show with all the acrobatics and everything, he just seems like he's legitimately perfectly happy the whole time. Like I know that the other mother is like, keep the smile up or else, bad things will happen to you. But he just never does anything to try and warn her. You know what I mean? Except for tell Keith David's the cat, and then Keith David's the cat doesn't really say much other than this place isn't what it seems. Okay, bye.
Yeah. It,
I don't
it's
I
it's odd.
like he comes out, they come out of the circus and if like Wyborn has been smiling, presumably because he's been having fun with Coraline. But then as she's going back into the house with the other parents, he's got a sad look on his face now, like, oh, this is bad actually. Like you would think maybe I don't know. He gets so swept up in the show that I guess he just stops prioritizing trying to save Coraline. He doesn't really do a lot to try and save Coraline. So that's why I'm kind of confused about his level of agency here. But he's there sad, and then the other mother is like, put on a smile, and then shuts the door on him and like
Yeah.
keeps him out of the house.
It's not developed particularly well, I don't think. The
I don't think so
rebellious,
either.
yeah, but like it feels like the movie just kind of needs it to be there, and so it's there,
Yeah.
like because it makes sense that that would happen in a story like this. It's just
hmm
that we didn't set it up, you know.
Yeah. I don't understand how it's possible for him to develop his own agency and then he doesn't do it especially good job. Because now we get to the scene where they're, she's brought up at the dinner table, and her other parents are like, you could stay with us forever if you wanted to. She's like, what? Really?
And she's like,
He's
well, of
like,
course we'd
yeah.
have to, get you some new eyes.
He's like, for you, our little doll, which is a nice line. I like that line. It's good. She opens up the present and she sees the black buttons and the sewing needle and thread. And then the mom is like, black is traditional, but you could also do pink, vermilion, or chartreuse, like
Yeah.
that's kind of funny
It's just like, but
as well.
careful, you
And
might make me jealous, which is another like
yes,
another little line that I really like that it kind of sticks. That it's like even there, her tendencies as like a bad mother are slipping out, right?
a controlling, like suffocating, jealous.
Like I would be jealous
Yeah,
of your eyes if you picked a different color,
if
right?
you were
Like
too
yeah,
beautiful, essentially. Yeah.
yeah. I like the addition of that line. I think that's strong, right?
Yes, I think so too. And so Coraline's gut reaction is to go, no, that's horrifying. He's like, you're not sewing buttons in my eyes. And they're like, oh, but we need a yes if you want to stay here. Um,
Yeah.
And then the dad even goes like, "Oh, so sharp, you won't feel a thing." And then she like kicks him under the table. So like he's another one that we're starting to show like, oh, I guess he's not always perfectly in control. I don't know
Yeah.
why, but whatever, that's what we're doing. Less so than Wyvern, but so this is where things start to become less good for me. Um, so I understand why Coraline would be obviously she's tempted to stay here forever, right? But it's like you have to give up your eyes. And she's immediately like, no, I don't want to, because she finds that horrifying, even if maybe she can't articulate why, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Um, and instead of like the way that the mother, she doesn't say anything like, oh, like, it's just how things are over here. Like trying to downplay what she's losing, essentially. She just kind of goes like, well, I need a yes. Like this is the deal. Take it or don't. You know what I mean? I just don't feel like I don't know. The way she plays that is weird because then I feel like we haven't done a good job of like showing the obsessiveness going too far to the point that Caroline doesn't want it, and we just jump straight to like, oh, you'll need to give up your eyes, and Caroline, for reasons that she doesn't even particularly articulate, is just like, no, I don't want to do that. That's horrifying. That's too far. Like, you know what I mean? It just feels,
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the like this is obviously this is the step that it was going to take, right? Like
hmm
but it doesn't
yeah,
it just feels like it's the immediate turn, right? Like she's just like, "Oh
yeah,
shit, wait a minute, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore." And then but like I think you're right. Like there should have been some level maybe even of like temptation, right? Of her being like,
yeah,
"Well, I mean, if you say it's not gonna hurt, like that kind of thing,
hmm
and then maybe getting like cold feet when she sees the
yes,
pointy needle, right? Like
yeah.
that would have made a little bit more sense. Like,
And you could
well,
even, you could,
maybe I just remembered I need my eyes for my school picture, something like that, right? Like it doesn't have to be.
yeah, and she immediately like she immediately turns to this place is evil. I need to get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
And I think it could have been more. This is what I think could have been more interesting, right? So like you just mentioned, it's time to do it, and she's like, she's nervous about it, but she wants to live here, and obviously they all have eyes, and they don't have seem to have any problem seeing. So like, what's the big deal? But then like when the moment comes, there's just a part of her that's like, no, I can't. She gets cold feet, she gets scared, and she leaves, and then they're like, oh, it's like, well, you can think on it, you can sleep on it or whatever. And then it might even be more interesting if she felt a little guilty about being too scared to do it. Or like
yeah,
that she feels
yeah,
or that it's framed like maybe the mom could even guilt trip her a little bit to like I did a bad thing by hurting their feelings. You know what I mean? Like rather than immediately jumping to clearly something is wrong, I need to get the hell out of here right away. You know what I mean? I feel like you could build to this better. You could because there's a manipulation happening that just suddenly stops working. It's like I guess she like overplayed her hand, and now Coraline is like, nope, I need to get out of here. This place is no good. And I feel like we need to do something a bit more subtle and gradual here.
yeah,
Like I like the idea of like feeling guilty, like and embarrassed that like I'm sorry, I don't want to do it, and she feels bad about it because she
yeah.
likes these parents. You know what I mean? She wants to be here and appreciates all they do for her. You know that sort of thing.
No,
And maybe
I'm with you 100% on that
and the
actually.
mom could even like lay on the guilt a little thick. You know what I mean? Like she could invite the guilt, if you will, in a subtle sort of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that might be a little stronger because I think I like the detail that the she's sort of a spider trying to ensnare her, right? She's tempting them. This is the witch and Hansel and Gretel, right? Like oh, house made out of candy and cake, and isn't that amazing? But it's to consume her, right? And so the little details like oh, like be careful, like if your eyes are too beautiful, I might be jealous or whatever. Like that she's there to consume her and she's tempting her with all the things she wanted, but it's a trap, right? I like all those details, but I don't feel like we do a good job of establishing what about the fantasy that Coraline has is wrong or like how it goes too far. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's we hint at it and then we just jump straight to they want to take my eyes. I like my eyes. I got to get out of here. Like, yeah, that works.
Yeah, it's the bare minimum.
That's
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
that's kind of how it feels to me. Because then things from here on start to feel kind of cheap to me.
Yeah,
Like
I would agree with that. Like the back half of this is really where it kind of it
we
I
do a good job of creating problems. We don't do a great job of solving the
yeah, it
problems,
kind
I
of
would
rushes
say.
through the solutions. You know,
Yeah.
it gets it really kind of ups the pacing here a little bit, and it like I think part of it is trying to stick kind of close to the way the book does it, right? Where like there are three challenges that she has to face or three things
Yeah.
that she has to find, which works better if you're reading like, you know, a short novel to your kids at bedtime, right? Where like, you know, this chapter is about how she got out of the garden with this piece, right?
Hmm.
It's a little harder to cram all of that into the back half of a movie, you know? Like it starts
Yeah,
to you start to
it
rush
does.
through them.
Yeah, and I feel like if they found a better way of having her solve the problems in a way that like pays off things from earlier in the movie and gives her agency, I wouldn't mind the very video gamey like, oh, here's the thing you need to find the three things, and once you collect the three objects, then you face the boss battle at the end. You're like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but the way we solve these problems, like the way she like the narrative problem of how does she discover that this place is actually no good. It's like, well, she just had the time of her life at the circus, and then all of a sudden they want her eyes, and she decides, nope, that's enough, I'm out. Like, really?
Yeah,
I
well, and
don't
then
believe
like
that,
she
frankly.
leaves and her parents are gone, right? So she has to come back
Yeah.
and she basically learns that like she could play a game to manage to get away, right? But she has to be clever about it and she has to, you know, make the offer, you know, she has to be clever about it, but then she's going to have to like, you know, outsmart this monster and then she's going to have it it really rushes through the end here.
I agree.
Like that's yeah.
I agree, but while simultaneously we have a lot of movie left. It's a
Yes.
strange thing. So she's like she decides immediately upon them asking for her eyes that like no, this is bad. I don't like it here. This place is bad. And so she crawls under the covers and she's like go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And then when she wakes up, oh, she's still in the other place. She didn't go back to her normal world, and I think there's something in the like going there during the day kind of thing, like the
Yeah.
normal
Yeah.
process has been interrupted and then she doesn't go back via sleeping anymore. And so now, and it's almost like well, she has to find another way out now. She goes into her dad, like the other dad, and other dad has like unraveled really quickly,
Yeah. Yeah. This is
and
one of
that
the
feels kind of rushed and cheap.
a little
It's like
bit.
we have a
Yeah.
lot to do, but each individual part is rushed and a little cheap. That's how I feel about it. Like so, like he is like we very very quickly we've turned him into just the puppet of the other mother who doesn't really want to be doing this, but is being like we literally see him being controlled by the hands of the piano. Which is fine as a like way of visualizing that, but he has just completely changed his tune very quickly. And I don't know if I like how quickly that
Yeah.
happens. Like I
It's
said,
like it's interesting, right? Because it's like she's seeing it now. She fell asleep. She woke back up in the other world still, right? And
mhm,
she's seeing it as they prepare for the show. It's like if
yes.
you look at it as like every night there's a like a little performance or a little like she's going down to the theater. Now she's seeing, you know, the behind the scenes stuff of everything getting prepared for that.
Dark side of the circus, yeah.
Yeah, the dark side of the circus, exactly. But she's seeing it all, and it's like there's a little bit of a disconnect between the fact that the other mother is at this point like this is the all this she's got her right where she wants her, right?
Yeah.
And all she needs to do is push a little harder to make this world seem more so appealing that Coraline will allow her to take her eyes and sew buttons
Yeah.
into them, right? And
Yes.
what we see instead is that she's basically just like letting everything
Fall apart.
like fall apart a little, languish. She's letting it all.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, like she's letting it languish. She's not really like trying to appeal to her anymore.
Yeah.
She's basically just going through like whatever, what, like you can assume that this is what happens when Coraline's not there, right?
Yeah.
But like if she's in total control of the world and can create these things and is like kind of, yeah, like basically the puppet master of it all, and her ultimate goal is to get Coraline to willingly give up her eyes, why would she let that happen? Right?
Does she
Is
not
like
know that she didn't go back? Is that what we're trying to say? That seems a little.
that seems a little unbelievable that she
Yeah,
wouldn't
she's
be
kind of in
aware of
total
it, but
control of all
yeah.
this. The other thing is, if you want to have it be that the dolls in this world that aren't the mother do have agency of their own, I think it might be more interesting to like have Coraline be a character that sort of inspires them to something more independent and better and more noble. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if by being really kind to them or like whatever, like she encourages them. You know, the kind of way like in Snow White, a big part of Snow White is her being so virtuous and representative of the ideal that she inspires the best out of other people. You know, like if you want to do that with these characters somehow, like that they sort of gain sentience through interaction with her, that could be something to make her a bigger
Maybe,
agent in the
maybe.
story. Maybe it's not
Georgius
necessary.
Rex is saying that like the mother doesn't let her go back, but then she has to rest. Maybe is like she has to recharge here.
We don't
Um,
see that
but yeah,
or say that. I would
it's
think you'd want to.
possible. I would think that you would want to like have, because it is a little bit of a like a motivation problem for me, right? Like where I'm like, okay, but
Yeah.
the villain is like this close, right?
Hmm.
Like why wouldn't she, pour all her efforts into making it as appealing as she can, so that this is like she gets what she wants, like if she
Yeah, first of all,
consented, you know.
she didn't handle her immediate objections very well the previous night. Because instead of saying like it's like what are you so worried about? Like you can still see just fine. You just you'd look more like us, and don't you want to be part of the family? Whatever she's gonna say. Instead, she goes, "Okay, well that's the deal. Take it or leave it. Soon you'll see things our way." It's all very kind of like ominous, and she blew it.
Yeah.
But when she was so close in a way that I don't feel is especially believable, and this just furthers that because instantly she's like lost a grip on all the things that she created in this world. Like she's so close, it's unreal. And she just kind of gives up and turns into the like, well, I'm gonna take it by force kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That doesn't quite work super well for me, I would say. But anyway, she sees other dad now. He's being controlled by the piano. She goes outside and she runs into the cat, and the cat shows her that if you walk far enough, you'll just end up in a white void because the evil witch has essentially only generated so much of this world, right? Because
Yeah.
it's all an illusion world, and there's a sort of matrixy effect to it, honestly, which is kind of funny. Um, and so she loops back. She comes back to the house. More evidence that the world is sort of falling apart is when Keith David Cat kills a mouse. She objects to it at first, but then you realize it's actually a rat, and like sand comes out of its mouth. You realize it's a doll essentially, but we're establishing that this is an illusion world. That feels kind of like a double beat to me.
Yeah, maybe a
A
little bit.
double beat is in like we already established that this is an illusion world by walking into a white void, and then it's like, oh my god, the mice are also rats. It's like, yeah, this is an illusion world, and none of this is real. I mean, I think I like it better than the white void personally. If I were to lose one of them, I might lose
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well, and the rat is like a spy, basically, right? Like it's
Yes.
running off to tell tattle
Okay,
on
yeah,
them
so
to the
that
other
is
brothers. So
something
that,
new that it establishes. So it's not a total double beat, but
yeah.
it's.
And Georgius also is commenting that dad says that the mother is resting and that he mustn't talk when the mother's not here, right? Which is, yeah, so that's establishing that, and like he agrees too, though, that like that's still a little bit of a wonky thing because, like, why would she assume that she can just let her grip go like that? But yeah,
Yeah.
so like that is what's going on essentially, is that she's seeing behind the curtain a little bit and seeing what it looks like when the
Here's
mother has to rest.
here's the only problem with that. I think part of the reason that it's muddy for me, that I didn't really piece that together, is because we've already seen behind the curtain a little bit. We've already seen the characters like breaking up and like, refusing or like saying the wrong thing and like not having the right smile on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While she was ostensibly in total
Well,
control. If she was
Coraline
in,
hasn't seen that though, has she? We've seen
yeah,
it as an audience member.
but yes, but if you're thinking about this illusion world that she's maintaining, she's already not fully in control of it, even when Coraline's there.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
If she has control over all these people that are like slaves while she's playing with them, essentially, and then while she's resting, they're like, "Please, you gotta help me. I'm trapped here too." If it's that sort of thing, maybe that'd be different. But we've demonstrated that they have agency outside of her already.
At
And
least a
so like
couple of them too. Yeah.
at least only two of them for some reason, I should say. Yeah. So she goes back into the house and she grabs a cane as a little self-defense weapon. There's like little bug chairs that are just kind of fun. And then so other mother is back and she's like, "Hey, you want some chocolate?" She's trying to like butter her up again, right?
Yeah.
So, um, was she really resting for that long? I feel like not a lot of time has passed since when
I
she.
think it's like the nocturnal thing, right? Like that's what they're playing with, the idea that the other mother is a nocturnal predator, sort of like during the day she has to rest, and
Well,
at
here's the
night.
thing. When she wakes up and realizes that she's not back home, it's still nighttime.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
And then she finds the dad, and he's in the piano room, but he's all disheveled and he's cracking up. And that's when he mentions that she has to rest. It's still nighttime. There's moonlight coming through the windows. She goes outside. It's still night. She walks into the black void, circles back to the house. They kill the rat. Then she goes back into the house with a cane, and the mom's there, awake. So, like, not a lot of time has passed. So, I don't think we really
Yeah,
established the
I guess
nocturnal
that's
thing.
true. That's fair. Wasserman is asking, is this a critique of the movie or the book as well that it is based on? It's been a long time since I read the book, so I'm only very briefly coming in and out with stuff like that. Mostly this is about the
Yeah.
movie.
Mostly
Um,
this is about the movie. We've already discovered a couple little things that I think make the book make more sense a little bit. So some of this stuff, these critiques, I don't know if they apply to the book because I haven't read it personally. Someone says, I remember thinking this movie was pretty good. I would say that it's pretty good.
yeah, I would say
I don't
that,
think it
like,
gets much higher than that though, and
yeah,
that for reasons that we're going through right now. So, it's still nighttime. They're sitting in the glowy bug chairs, and the other mother has stopped trying to be subtle in any way at all. She's stopped trying to win her over with honey and she switched to vinegar. She says, "They say even the proudest spirit can be broken." Like, oh,
okay,
okay. But she says with love, but still. And like there's an obvious sort of like scowl on Coraline's face because, like she's not doing anything to really convince her anymore.
yeah.
I mean, does she know that Coraline has discovered the edge of the Matrix? Like, I feel like she should still be trying to win her over by presenting this as ideal, but she's already sort of defaulted to,
Yeah,
well, we're going to do
and
it by
this is
force.
because we really kind of need to, like, the movie needs to move it along a little bit, and
Yeah.
it's like, okay, this is, yeah, obviously things, because right from the start things are going to start turning this way, right? And you're kind of just
Mm.
waiting on it, and the movie is like, okay, well, this is right about the time when things need to start turning. But it hasn't
But it
quite
like
worked its way up to
the
it,
turn starts like halfway through the movie, and then like 50% of the way through the movie is when things start cracking up, and then like 55% she's fully given up on trying to win her over.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly. Yeah, it,
because
like,
we
it
have to
is
do it's crazy.
it
We
is a
rushed
little bit of a
through that whole
problem.
section of the story because now we got to do this whole arc where she's fully convinced she's evil, but she's got to go all through the video game levels essentially. It's like, ugh, come on, but that was the interesting part. That was the interesting part, and you just blew right through it. Anyway, so she's, she like offers her chocolates. She describes them as cocoa beetles from Zanzibar, and they're obviously kind of gross because they're like living beetles.
Yeah,
So it's like, oh, if we just stopped trying to make this a fantasy world that she wants anymore, and we're just going full creepy, huh? That seems like a dumb move, other mother, but whatever, I guess. She says, I want to be with my real mom and dad, as you would at this point. I want you to let me go. And she says, is that any way to talk to your mother? And she just, starts scolding her. And she's like, you aren't my mother. And so, yeah, we've blown through that part. And then she transforms into the giant, hideous skeleton thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're done. She's immediately just the cruel, abusive mother that's like, haha, you're trapped here now. She throws her through a mirror into, like, supernatural timeout, essentially.
yeah,
Like, she locks her in this room. And then that's when she discovers the glowy ghosts of former children that have also been trapped in here. Oh no. I like the way these ghosts are animated. There's a sort of like frame blurring thing happening with them that I like.
yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah. I like the way that they set the whole mirror room up. I think it's really kind of neat. Look at, I mean, like
Yeah.
we talked a little bit about the tunnel, the way the tunnel extends, but like it feels like a collapsing like telescope, or like
Yeah, I see that.
like one of those little cat tunnels, that they go through.
Exactly. Yeah. So she's in here with the children that have been trapped by this evil creature before. And so they're like, to win your escape, you'll need to find our eyes so our soul will be freed. And so she's stuck in this mirror room until other I've already forgotten his name.
YB,
Wyborn?
other YB.
YB. Other YB breaks her out because I guess she has no control over this guy. You would think if he starts to crack up, you would just destroy the puppet, but whatever. Anyway, he's had his mouth kind of sewn up into a smile, kind of like the Joker a little. um, and then so
Yeah,
he's there to break her out. And so then they go to the tunnel, and now instead of being this wonderful glowing purple and blue tunnel thing, it's like gross, and there's like old shoes and dead fish and stuff like that. It's a gross exit now, and I quite like the fact
yeah,
that like she can't sleep her way out of this anymore, and she needs to go back from when she came. But of course, going back the way she came symbolically, it's a lot uglier and gross now. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like symbolically, there's some stuff like that that's really strong. So the other YB closes her in there. She crawls through. She closes the door, locks it before anyone else can get through. She says, "I'm home," but no one's there. That's
oh
strange.
wow, what's going
Like
on?
the house is really dusty. Like no one's around. Like there's groceries that the mom brought back that are like covered in fruit flies and are moldy and gross. So they've been gone for a while, is the implication. Um, Q, in the logic of the story, like, isn't it in the end that like they come out of the snow globe and they have no concept that any time has passed,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This is another thing where it's like I think it's probably best not to really like, because
Think about it.
yeah, not to really think, because we are in a world where there is supernatural shit happening even in the real
Yeah.
world, right? Like that's it.
Yeah.
It's not quite to the James and the Giant Peach level where like all of that is real. Um, but in this one, they kind of do sort of try to. They kind of do try to play it both ways, right? Like it
Yeah.
could just be dreams, and then the way the parents experience it is very different.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's
I don't know. It's
It's a
interesting. I'm
nice
not
creepy
complaining about
vibe.
it.
Yeah,
I
it's a
just think
nice
it's
creepy
interesting.
vibe.
Yeah.
But like it honestly could be, it could have worked
I
just as
think,
well if you did see like the evidence of time passing
yeah,
in the, you know.
I agree with that. They're just gone, and then so she's like, "Oh, we need to go back in there. We need to rescue. Like, she must have my parents as well." And so they have to go back
Yeah.
into the tunnel, and
And then Georgius Rex is saying like the groceries indicate, the groceries and the dust all over the house like indicate that some time has passed, but none of the neighbors have noticed, and they don't care, which I guess it makes some sense because they seem like they exist very much in their own worlds. But
yeah,
Wyborn does not show back, like real Wybe does not show back up at this point, and Granny, who owns the house and rents it, hasn't noticed.
yeah.
Which
She
is
like when
that.
she's looking for them, she goes to the car, finds the cell phone in there, calls the dad. The dad, it goes straight to voicemail. So she goes to visit the elderly burlesque dancers in the basement, and she tells them that's when we see that she's like preparing the dog for death.
Yeah, yeah,
And she's like, "Oh right, you're missing parents. They vanished completely. What to do about that?" And then there's a really bizarre rushed turn that happens where they bring a bunch of the taffy out that they tried to get her to eat earlier and she didn't eat. She uses crocheting needles to like
break it apart. Yeah,
break it apart into a bunch of like two like actual like dust particles. Like that's how small she like breaks the pieces into, and she blows the dust, and at the bottom is like a triangular ring that she's going to use like a decoder ring essentially. To later in the story, when she goes back into the other world, she will use that. It turns everything black and white except for the thing she's after, which glows whatever color it glows. And so that's how she's going to find the objects that contain the souls of the children who have died before her.
yeah.
Now, how do we feel about this?
Again, rushed a little bit. They kind of establish the like the occulty sort of magic thing with these women earlier when she reads the tea leaves. Um, but yeah, again, we just kind of
I
push through
yeah,
it
so
here.
there's reading of tea leaves. You know, they're clearly into that sort of like new agey stuff, witchy kind of stuff. But like,
Yeah, I don't know
it
if I
just
would call
happens
that
so
like
matter
new.
of
I don't know if I would call
factly.
that new agey. I would call that more like the like because that's been a thing since ancient
Yeah,
China.
okay, sure, sure. But I guess modern people interested in it are typically new agey people. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah,
associated that. But yes, so she's like, "Oh, your parents are missing? I know what to do. I'll use crocheting needles to mash up this toffee into a fine dust, blow away the dust, and oh, here's a ring you can use to find the MacGuffins you need." It's like, what? What are we doing here? I don't like that this isn't something that's set up at all. It's like invented right before she needs to use it. It would have been much more interesting if she had to use that stick, for
yeah. It
example.
was the like
That
if she
seems
had
like
to
a
use her
much
mat.
stronger
Yeah,
choice. Like if she had to deliberately use the poison oak stick. You know, I mean, there's also something of the like, oh, you have to accept a little bit of the poison to get the reward. You know, like there's something of that there as well. There's if we had her dad give it to her and show her how to use it in the beginning, then there's something of her using what her parents have taught her to help find them again. That would have been way stronger than, oh, here's this thing that you've never heard of or had mentioned before. It magically lets you find the things you want. It's like, ah, fine, I guess. They're good for lost things, whatever. And so she goes to sleep and she makes little little cheap dolls of her parents to sleep next to, and she cries because she's sad. She misses them.
yeah,
Is all well and good. Then the cat wakes her up and shows her in a mirror that her parents are trapped in a frozen, like they're trapped in the snow globe, I guess you could say. But you can't tell it's a snow globe yet. And she writes "help us" in the mirror backwards, and she's like, "I gotta go help them." Um, then she goes
She
back.
goes back to help him. Yeah, like that's and
Yeah, she goes
she
back
goes
to help
back and
him
she
in
goes to
so many
play the
words.
game, right? Like she goes to play a game
Yeah.
with the other mother where she basically says like, "Let's make a bet," right? Like if
Hmm.
you know, if I find all the souls of the children and get them back and everything, you have to let me and my parents go. But if I can't do it in, X amount of time, then you can sew buttons in my eyes and I'll stay here forever, right? Like classic fairy tale thing, and I like that.
Sure.
And that's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I the fairy tale aspects of the movie are fine. They work pretty well independently until we get to the point where she has to start solving the problems, I would say, because that's when it starts to
Yeah. It's
sort
like
of.
if you squint, it's a really good movie, but if you look really closely, it's only kind of good,
Yeah, and
maybe.
like
You
I
know what I
can't
mean?
remember very well. Somebody in Wasserman in the chat is talking about how the book, like the book is like a nice like classic old fairy tale kind of thing, and I remember feeling that way too when I read it. I didn't, again, I did not reread it in preparation for this, and the movie makes changes I like already that we've found that I do remember that I think weaken it a little bit from what the book had going for it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, but
So she goes in, she makes the deal with the other mother, and it's like, all right, she has to find the objects containing the eyes or the souls, whatever, of the children that have been taken before, and where her parents are. And if she can find that, then they all get to escape. So she's looking. There's a clue. I want to say the clue that the other mother says. So she's like, oh, she's like, she goes to shake her hand on the deal, but she's like, I need a clue first. And so the other mother's like, oh, okay, right, here's a clue. The clue, she says, is in each of the three wonders I've made just for you, a ghost eye is lost in plain sight. And so, and then for the parents, she doesn't give a clue, she just points at the eyes. What do you make of that, Hugh? Anything especially meaningful in that to you?
um,
Obviously, like the eyes are in these objects, but like
yeah,
I didn't find anything especially meaningful about the objects, or you know what I mean?
yeah. It again. It feel this is you mentioned video gamey, and it
Yeah,
feels a little bit. Yeah, it feels a little like that. It's kind of it's a little empty. I think it feels a little empty when we get here.
yeah. So basically, she's like, okay, wonders. Where should I start looking? She looks at the garden, which is all lush and pretty. So she goes to the garden first. Then she's attacked by the plants. She does actually manage to use like gardening shears to like cut off the plants that are attacking her. That's something. That's something of her like resourcefulness and agency, if you will. And she's like, what? But I don't know where to look. And so she uses the decoder ring that she was given 5 minutes ago, and she sees that like through it, everything is black and white except for a glowing red ball, which is what she's after. Right as she's about to go grab it, the dad riding the other dad, I should mention, riding praying mantis tractor comes to attack her, and he's kind of saying like he doesn't seem like he's fully in control, and he's like, I'm sorry, and all the stuff we mentioned already. He's being puppeted around. He goes to attack her, she backs up over a bridge, he falls through the bridge, and that causes his demise instantly. I thought that
And
was
doesn't he
kind of
like
lame.
reach up and give her the eye too, like as he's dying, basically?
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's a little lame, and so as
it's lame.
Georgius Rex is pointing out, the clue is obvious, right? Like it's
Yeah,
pretty glaringly obvious. So
yeah.
it's not really like this is
It's
another
not a
thing that I think
riddle.
cheapens it a little bit, right? Is it's not really a riddle that she has to solve and use her wits to sort of like figure out what the other mother's talking about. It's
Yeah,
not so obscure, like it basically tells you exactly what, and because she just got that like seeing stone
hmm,
decoder ring thing, it's not like we've set this up for like an hour ago and we're bringing it
yeah.
back now. Like, oh my god, wait, I was given this at the beginning of the movie. It's like, no, you were given this like at the beginning of the
Yeah.
act. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Like this feels like a much lesser version of the end of the Sorcerer's Stone or the Philosopher's Stone for our British audience members. The first Harry Potter book where there's like seven obstacles in the way, starting with oh God, what's the dog? Three-headed dog's name?
Fluffy.
Fluffy, yes, thank you. Starting with Fluffy to get to the Sorcerer's Stone, and even that is something of a challenge that needs to be overcome. And there's all sorts of different things that they're testing you for.
Well, they have to
I,
find out that like they have to like trick Hagrid into telling them that if you play the dog music, he goes straight to sleep, right? So then they
yeah.
have to play some music and get,
Hmm.
past him. And then they have to
But then once they're in there, there's I believe six other
yeah,
challenges that they need to figure out but they've been set up throughout the movie in other ways and throughout the book in other ways.
the
So I think
bottles, the bottles that Snape has set up, that's a legit straight up riddle that's like really tricky to figure
yeah.
it out. There's a chess
Yeah.
game they have to play.
I
They
think
have
there's
yeah.
seven of them in the book, and then I think there's only like three or four in the movie. Kind
Yeah.
of wish they did all of them in the movie because I remember them being pretty fun as a kid, and that's the sort of vibe that this needs to have,
Yeah,
where
but
it's
it,
like
well,
they're
it
actually
definitely wants to have it. It's just not quite succeeding, you know?
yes, I agree. So, she's backing away from the dad who is basically attached to this tractor that's attacking her, and it just kind of falls through the bridge and then he gives her the object, and that's how she gets that one. That's pretty lame. She doesn't really do anything here except avoid being hit by the praying mantis, so that's pretty lame. But then what happens as soon as she gets it is that everything turns gray and starts to like disappear, as if that section of the world is no longer being generated by the witch anymore. So then she goes on, and then she goes down to the basement, to the theater, and the Jack or the Scottish Terriers have turned into like bats, which is just kind of a fun detail. I don't think it's especially symbolically strong, but it's just kind of fun. Like, hey, look, they're bats now. And so then there's like pieces of taffy. It's like a piece of taffy hanging by ropes in the center of the stage. And she looks with her little thing and she looks in and she reaches in to grab it. And of course, it's not that simple. She reaches in, and then the twisted, interlocked arms of the red and the green lady are wrapped around this ring, the pearl ring that she needs. So she grabs it. Oh no, but they grab onto her hand. And then they're going at her, because they're creepy demons. They're not people in the same way that the dad and other wyvern are. They're just kind of creepy demons. Fine. They're screeching and they're like clawing at her, and then she uses the flashlight to get the attention and to like annoy the bat dogs, who then fly down from the ceiling, and she like gets out of the way at the last minute so that the bat dogs will crash into them and like loose the grip and destroy them while she gets to hold on to the ring. That is the best of them.
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
that is the best of them. That one's okay. That one gets a thumbs up. It's not amazing, but it gets a thumbs up. She had to be kind of clever to do, she had to use her wits to actually solve that problem. That's cool. I wish they were all like that. I think we can aspire higher than that, but that is perfectly serviceable. So then, as this is happening, there is a like button that is crossing in front of the moon. I guess that's the timer. She
Yes.
has until
Yeah.
then,
Which is a
until
cool
the
it's
button.
a cool touch, in the
Yeah, it's a nice
environment.
visual.
If I was playing a video
Mhm.
game with the button in front of the moon and that was my timer, I'd be like, this is fucking smart. This is a good idea.
Yeah,
This is good
that's
design.
cool. Yes. So then she goes up to the amazing Mr. Whatever, I've already forgotten his
Babinski.
name. Babinski, and then she sees the like hollowed out shell of what used to be Other Wyborn hanging like a flag from his flagpole, and they're like, "Oh no, they got Other Wyborn." I guess that's the end of him. Doesn't feel like we. I mean, he saved her, which is nice, and then he's one of the few people to like actually fully die in this,
Yeah.
but because he's like an actual character
Yeah.
for some reason. Anyway, she goes in there, and then there's a bunch of rats, and there's the amazing Mr. Babinski holding the thing she needs. Oh, but then she realizes, oh my God, it's actually not Mr. Babinski. It's a bunch of rats in his
It's
clothes.
just a bunch of rats in a trench coat.
Yes. And then like right when like she's approaching it trying to grab it, and then it falls apart into a bunch of rats and they all go off in different directions. She's running after it. They're shooting cotton candy from the cannons. She's doing a bad job of avoiding being hit by them. She throws the decoder ring at the rat hoping to hit it, but it doesn't work, and the decoder ring goes flying off into the night, into the woods. Then she flies out through the door, causing the whole staircase that leads up to his upstairs apartment to come crashing down to the ground. When she wakes up, oh no, the button's almost in front of the moon. She's like, I lost everything. What's gonna happen? Oh, don't worry. Keith David
Cat. Yeah, the
Keith
Keith David cat.
Cat saves the day. He got the rat for her and he's like, here's the ball you needed.
Yeah, not
That's
great.
the worst one. That's
Yeah.
the worst one. That's awful, I would say. That's actually pretty bad. I find that really unsatisfying. There's a way to do a sort of resolution like this where it's about like, you know, if you imagine a character who has a bad relationship with someone, but ultimately by fixing the relationship, they have that person come save them in the end. And it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like in Snow White, you know, like the reason that most people over the years have not found it unsatisfying that the prince comes and saves her at the end is because the whole idea is that she sort of inspired that from the prince. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
he comes. And in this, it's like she never had, like, I mean, she didn't like the cat at first, but then we've already resolved the sort of tension between her and the cat like 5 scenes ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so she's
Yeah.
like, she almost loses everything. And then Keith David Cat's like, don't worry, I got it for you. It's like, oh, great, thanks.
Well, and
And it's the final
I
one,
feel
too.
like it would be if the other two were stronger, this would hit a little harder, right? Like if she had
Yeah. Yeah.
if she
Yeah.
if she had managed to, you know, overcome difficulty and get the first one, you know, by her own wit, not just by, you know, other
Yeah,
father
giving it for her.
fucking
Yeah.
up and falling off a cliff and giving it to her before he dies, right? Or like, yeah, doing that. Because she gets basically gifted it by him because
Yes.
they've established that. She does use her wits to sort of outdo the wyvern, specter, witches, and the bats, right? That's fine.
Mhm.
But that's the only one that she's actually like and it feels low effort because it's kind of quick, right? Because we've got to get through it to get to the final conflict. So it doesn't feel like it's like a huge payoff. And then in the last one, she screws up and is saved at the 11th hour by the cat, right? So
Yeah. It's lame.
Yeah,
It's really lame and unsatisfying.
yeah. Now, like Georgius Rex is saying, like if you swap the two, right? Like if the rat one, you know, like comes through at the end, or the rat one comes through in the second position, and then at the end she has to solve, you know, she finally solves a problem for herself. That would be a little stronger, but it would be
Yes.
even stronger if she had to do 2 out of the 3, I think.
Or
And
all
get
three.
or all three.
Demonstrating different skills, you
Yes.
know, each time. That would be something. That would, you know, especially in a perfect version of this story, like things that her parents told her at the very beginning that she didn't really listen to because she was annoyed at them for being so busy could come back at the end. Like that's what I would hope for in a perfect version of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pie Guy, thank you very much for the super chat. It says off topic, but thoughts on Nolan doing the Odyssey. Well, Hugh, you're a big fan of the Odyssey. What do you think of Christopher Nolan's next movie being the Odyssey?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like,
I don't have especially high hopes for it.
yeah, I'm sure it'll look well. I want to say I'm sure it'll look nice.
I don't know if I
but
want to see the Odyssey in his visual style. He has a very specific style that's very sort of like grounded and like realistic, you know what I mean? In a way that I don't want for that sort of epic mythological story necessarily. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I'm not I don't have especially high hopes for it, and it might be because I haven't really liked a movie from him in a while.
Yeah, that would be me as my like I'm in that boat too. Like I haven't really enjoyed one of his movies probably since Inception, I want to
What
say.
is that 2010?
That is
Yeah.
2010, yeah. Cuz like after that what do we got? The Dark Knight Rises, Interstellar,
Boo. Boo.
Tenet.
I
Um
didn't see Tenet actually,
it's not
but
good.
that's what I've heard. I've nothing about it made me want to go see it. And then oh, okay, I lied. Dunkirk. I like
Oh,
Dunkirk.
Dunkirk. Wait a minute. Yeah,
Dunkirk
no,
is
I did
actually
like
quite good.
Dunkirk. Yep, yep, yep. Me too.
Dunkirk is good. I think that was the last good movie he made. I mean, and I am way harsher than the average person on Oppenheimer. I don't think Oppenheimer is all bad, but it's only like 50% a good movie to me. I think there's a lot of problems with it. If you like our full thoughts on it, you can check out our stream we did about that in Barbie. But yeah, I don't think his visual aesthetic sensibilities is very well suited to the Odyssey as a story, but I'm willing
I'm
to be
willing to
proven
give
wrong.
him a shot because like he does know how to do wide sweeping visuals and like big gorgeous Panavision.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
he's good at spectacle,
yeah,
but he doesn't. I don't know if he's especially good at like stylized over the top stuff. Everything's very grounded. You
yeah,
know, like there's. I have seen the scene of the plane crashing into the hangar in Tenet, and it's like it's cool that you did that for real, but it wasn't actually all that spectacular. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like I don't know. It didn't. It just. I don't know if I want that for the Odyssey. Maybe. Someone asked, Georgius Rex says, has Nolan done any epic films? Not
No, not
like
that I'm aware
that.
of.
He hasn't done any sword and sandal historical epics or anything. He hasn't really done many period pieces other than The Prestige and Oppenheimer
Yeah,
and Dunkirk. But nothing like that. This will be his sort of Gladiator. We'll see how he does with it, but I am skeptical.
yeah. I'm me, me too. I I would love to see a like a version of the Iliad done in like basically done sort of like the Northman but with brighter colors and
Yeah, yeah.
a little bit more
The historical attention to detail and
yeah.
the sort of mythological storytelling. Yeah,
I would really like to see that but I'm not convinced Nolan is the guy to give it to me, but we'll see.
we'll see. Indeed, I've heard the reported budget is $250 million, which is
Fuck.
quite high for him because he's quite
Oh
good,
god.
unlike some other people out there at like doing movies for cheaper than you'd expect. Like it is really impressive that Oppenheimer is only $100 million, and I'm not
Yeah.
being sarcastic. That's considering how many people are in that movie, how long it is, that it was shot on the most expensive film format possible. Like that's really impressive. And I think a big part of it is that he can convince actors to work for cheap because they want to be in his movies. And so that's almost that's pretty valuable. And so I would imagine a $250 Christopher Nolan movie might look even more expensive than that.
Yeah.
That seems to be how he does things. He's actually pretty economical, all things considered. So who knows? I also know he has an aversion to using CGI. So what's he going to do about some of the more outlandish things that happened in the story? Who knows? Who knows? Time will tell.
Yeah. So
So
back to Coraline.
back to Coraline. We're almost there. She goes in and she finds the old, so not the old, the other mother who is not happy about her bringing the cat in. And the old mother's like, you know I love you. And Coraline has a quite funny line where she says, you got a funny way of showing it. True.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so she's kind of drifted even further away from a human person into something like a skeleton porcelain doll sewing machine hybrid, if you could imagine such a thing. Um, she sees her parents in the snow globe, right? And
Yes.
so the final step of this game is, all right, I have to find my parents, right? So she tells the other mother, "Oh, I know where they are." And she's like, "Yeah, where are they?" It's like, "They're behind the door." And the other mother's like, "Ha ha, you stupid idiot. They're not behind the door." It's like, "Ah, that was just a trick to get you to turn around because I know they're in the snow globe and I grabbed the snow globe." I'm not especially impressed with that either. It's okay.
Yeah, it's yeah. Again, it's like yeah. We're getting through it. We're getting to the end.
We're getting through it. So she's
Yeah,
attacked by the cat. The cat kind of does a self-sacrifice in order to attack her. And she runs. Actually, before she can get all the way out, the room around her starts to collapse into a giant spiderweb pit that she falls into the bottom of. Meanwhile, the cat has clawed the eyes out of Other Mother, and so she's fallen into the spider web looking for Caroline, but she can't see Coraline, I should say, but she can hear,
you
like she can feel
you
her vibrating.
you hit her with the Caroline. You
Yeah, I dead
motherfucker,
named her.
just as bad as the rest of them. Also, Wasserman is asking, did I like the 1997 TV series? So, and I assume that means of the Odyssey, and that's interesting because I had to Google it because I didn't remember ever having seen it, but I definitely have, and Armand Assante is definitely like that is what I picture whenever I think of Odysseus, just ever. So yes, I would say probably. Like I don't remember it very well, but yes, I enjoyed it. I guess it's been stuck. It is defined what I think of when I think of the Odyssey, uh, when I'm reading it for a while. So yeah,
So she is trapped in the pit, spider web with the Other Mother who doesn't have eyes. She's had her eyes clawed out. I feel like that's symbolic. But she can feel her crawling around in the spider web, so she's chasing after her. She goes to the door and she tries to close the door to keep her on the other side. But oh no, part of her like mechanical sewing machine hand gets through. She tumbles down through the other end of the door. She gets to the other side and closes it right before the Other Mother bangs into the door. And then, oh my goodness, her parents are back. They're covered in snow, but they don't seem to be aware of it. And they're kind of totally oblivious to anything that's happened with Coraline, but they're significantly less stressed now because their gardening publication thing went well. And Coraline's like, well, "What about the snow in your clothes?" And they're like, "What are you talking about, you silly girl?"
it melts
So
away. Like
yeah, instantly. And so she's back and she's playing around with her parents and everything seems to be going well. But for no especially strong reason, um, we have to do another final showdown with the Other Mother, but just her hand. Um,
yeah,
Considering how we rushed through so many of the more narratively important sections of the movie, that we're wasting time on this like scene from Alien where, oh my gosh, it's like we thought we were out of the woods, but we're not out of the woods. I don't like it. I don't think it works. I know it doesn't work for this kind of movie to me to be like, ah, you thought you defeated her, but actually her hand is still alive. And Wyborn has to come along and hit the hand with his little motorcycle thing, and therefore we destroyed the hand finally. Like, okay, cool, I guess. I glossed
yeah,
over
like
scenes of her with the souls of the dead children that have now gone on to heaven, I guess, which is nice. I kind of like that sequence looks like Starry Night by Van Gogh. That's kind of a fun
yeah,
detail.
that is a nice design touch there. Yeah, like this is another part where I'm like, I know it's in that part I do remember is in the book. Like she does end up throwing the hand and the key down an old well in the book. She does it, not Wyborn.
Hmm.
Another
Yeah.
thing that I think kind of harm, but it even in the book, I'm like, I feel like we're done. I feel like the story's over. Like there's
Yeah.
not really we don't really need to keep going here. Like
Yeah, because you could just have it be that she throws the dead hand down there as well.
yeah.
This is a symbolic thing. We don't need another final tense set piece. We're like, oh my god, is the hand gonna get her? Like, no, it's not. Also, it's just I don't know. It's just kind of lame that we're devoting time to this instead of the more important things we glossed over. But anyway, it's the end of the movie now, and things are much better. Like Coraline is going, giving drinks around. There's a fun little moment where she,
The garden has been, blooming, and her mom is actually
yeah,
out there gardening.
yeah, things are going better. She's the old burlesque ladies. She offers them a drink, and they're like, "Ooh, pink ladies," and she's like, "Actually, it's just lemonade," which, which is just a fun little detail. Um, the dog that we thought was going to die is not dead yet, so that's a nice little touch for the kids. The parents are actually out gardening, getting their hands dirty, and living instead of just writing about living or whatever's happening symbolically there. So that's all well and good. There's a fun little detail where the amazing Mr. Babinski is supposed to be planting roses, but he's planting beets. That's just a funny little joke.
Yes.
He strikes me as like archetypally he's a character who's survived the famines in the Soviet Union kind of thing. And so he's planting beets instead of roses because for the food. I don't know. That's just a fun detail. I like it. And he's almost like, "Oh, you almost caught me there," which is kind of, he like hides the bag behind his back, which is funny. And then we are introduced to Wyborn's grandmother finally. She shows up and she's like, "Oh, hello, I'm an old lady. Boo."
Oh
And
my
then
goodness, I haven't seen this house forever.
and she says, "I'm Coraline Jones. I have so much to tell you." The end. Like, oh, okay. We zoom out and we get a wide establishing shot of the Pink Palace Apartments, the cat's on the sign, and then he walks behind the post and disappears because he's a magic cat. The end. And that's
That's the
Coraline.
movie. That's Coraline.
I like half of it a lot, and I like the back half of it enough.
Yeah, that about sums it up for me. Also, like it starts off very strong and kind of just peters out by the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By the end, it's like, that was fine.
yeah,
You know, it's inoffensive, but it could have been a lot stronger. It was disappointing
yeah.
ultimately to
Looks
me.
great though.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean, it looks stunning, and that helps. That definitely helps carry you through, even if as the story kind of falters and stumbles and makes some bad decisions, it still looks absolutely stunning. So that's nice. It is a perfectly decent movie. It's a tentative thumbs up for me.
yeah. It's interesting because like it felt when I was watching it much longer than James and the Giant Peach, but
Oh, it is.
it's only 20 minutes longer.
Yeah, but you
You,
feel it.
you really feel it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like pacing wise, you feel it, but it is like
Mhm.
I would not have been surprised if I looked it up and it was over 2 hours.
Yeah. And I think that's a testament to some bad decisions in terms of how much meat to give certain sections of the story. It definitely does not feel as breezy as James and the Giant Peach. That's for damn sure. Overall, it's pretty decent. I like James and the Giant Peach better for a number of reasons. In almost every respect except for how good the animation is. But
Yeah.
then again, like you don't want to fault James and the Giant Peach too much because for 1996 it looks incredible and I love the animation in that movie. But Coraline is just kind of next level, It's a
Yeah.
clear evolution in the technology and the art form. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and then this studio would go on to make Kubo and the Two Strings, which
I
pretty
did
cool.
not. Did you see that? I have not seen
I
that.
have seen it, yes.
Is it good? Because I heard it was a big flop. That's all I know about it.
It was a Netflix movie. I think that's one
I
of the
know they
reasons.
they spent a ton of money on it. Like it has a bajillion famous actors in it, or at least quite a few. And then like it was one of those animated movies that they advertise with like a long list of all the celebrities in it at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I've not. Is it good?
I enjoyed it. Not in the least because he plays the instrument that I play, the
Oh, that's cool.
shamisen. Um,
Yeah.
and it's got a lot of. I think it's worth checking out. I would I haven't watched it since it came out, but I would rewatch it. Check it out again. I mean, it did not. Yeah, reported budget of 60 million, box office it made 77 and a half. Although I
Yeah.
think that because like it was released simultaneously along with like a streaming release on Netflix. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. If I'm not, I might be wrong about that too.
Maybe I'll check it out at some point.
Yeah.
Matthew Leach, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, "Hey guys, what are your top 5 movies of 2024?" Oh geez. Also, can we get a Pixar arc? Probably eventually. Well, maybe
Yes.
once the 2D Disney animated arc is finally over, we can move on. That
I
seems like because that Pixar is kind of what took over
yeah,
after
for sure.
Disney's 2D animated reign, so that would make sense to do then. The classics would be a good way to get the EFAP lads to be guests. It sure would be. Yeah, that I would enjoy that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I could talk
for
about
another,
Bug's Life.
I really like A Bug's Life.
I'm a
Great movie.
the forgotten Pixar movie. I think it deserves more credit than it gets.
I think so too. Matthew Leach, another super chat says, "Please play the movie in the background like EFAP." So here's the thing: that's not always doable. Sometimes it might be, but in this case, I think I know why you're saying that because this time the Coraline trailer that I was able to get is only like 30 seconds long, and so it's probably been a bit repetitive to watch. Usually the trailers are quite longer, but for whatever reason, my YouTube downloader did not like any of the other longer trailers for Coraline. So apologies if it's been a little repetitive visually there. Playing the whole movie in the background, I don't know if I always feel like torrenting every movie we talk about, but that might be useful to do in some cases. We can go back to the intro background now.
Yeah.
So it's
not as
yeah, not as repetitive.
yeah.
Usually people don't mind because they're like 2 minutes long, the trailers, but that one's only like 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
it's been looping quite a few times. Wasserman asks, "What instrument, Hugh? The skin flute?" Haha, gay.
Yeah, that too. No, yeah, I do have a couple of shamasins and sanshins, and I do like to play them.
How many do you have now? I thought you had one.
I have 2 shamansins, and I have a sanshin, which is like the smaller Okinawan version of it, that my girlfriend's
That's
family
neat.
found at a weird thrift shop in, of all places, Manassas, Virginia. Um, Not sure how
As
it got
you do.
there. That's the one that's like the body is it's snakeskin. So
Oh, you've shown me that one. Yeah,
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
yeah, it's a pretty neat little thing. Lord Wahoo says the Wyburn's grandmother was supposed to be the sister of one of the other children the other mother ate. I think they mentioned that, yeah, but like, that was
What
the
comes
best.
of that ultimately?
Not much.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Because she shows up at the end like, "Hello, I'm an old lady." And Caroline's like, "I have so much to tell you." The end. It's like, oh, okay. I guess that was like their way of trying to connect Wyborn to all of this. I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But yeah. No, so,
Wartime.
oh,
Wartime
I mean, that makes a
consigliere.
lot more. That makes a lot more sense than like. There's not a lot of Japanese people living in Northern Virginia. There are a lot more Koreans than Japanese, so you don't find a
Yeah.
lot of the Japanese instruments. But yeah,
He likes the back half of Coraline and he likes the giant peach. Press X if you have detected the pattern. I see what you're doing there. I see.
And he
Anyway.
lives in Atlanta. It was funny. I was gonna try to make like a little animation or like a meme or something of like the 2 aunts looking, astonished at the peach and like the city of Atlanta trying to name a street. Like,
Yeah, literally everything down here is Peachtree something or other. You know, it's funny if this movie like where they had to go was Atlanta instead of New York, no one in Atlanta would ever shut up about. Oh, did you know James and the Giant Peach?
Yeah, and they're set in
Takes place
Atlanta.
You know, but because it's New York, no one cares about that because every movie's set in New York.
Yeah, especially every movie in the 90s,
Yep. It was the time to make movies in New York because things actually got safer for once. The city got cleaned up a little bit, and they're like, "Oh, maybe we should set more movies here that aren't
Maybe he
Taxi
can be
Driver."
Home Alone 2, Lost in New York.
Like imagine Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, but it's in like the era of like Taxi Driver.
Oh God. Oh Christ.
Changes the story a little bit.
He meets Jodie Foster on the corner instead of Donald Trump.
You look like you're lonely.
Oh,
Ugh.
uh, yeah, I would be. So Pie Guy. Yeah, I'm team Giant Peach. Also on this one of the two, I think Jamie is pretty much
Oh, for
stated that
sure.
already.
For sure. In
Yeah,
every respect except for the visuals. Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's a stronger story. I mean, they're both kind of, if you look at them broadly, they both have really strong sort of fairy tale narrative structures to them, but James and the Giant Peach is just better executed as far
Yeah,
as I'm concerned.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's a bit funnier too. There's funny stuff in Coraline, but James and the Giant Peach has more like fun moments.
Oh,
And
we didn't.
more
Top five movies of 2024.
Oh,
That was
thank
another
you.
super chat. Yeah, yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Matthew.
okay, well,
Now that's gonna be interesting because I don't. I go see this year. I
you
have
don't
not
see
kept a
it.
list.
We are definitely not the kind of critics that go see literally everything, and so are good people to ask about end of year lists, like some like the people who see everything are. But I don't want to leave you empty-handed. So, with the other acknowledgement that there are a number of movies that are pretty well reviewed from this year that I've not got a chance to see, like Conclave and like The Brutalist and things like that. Of what I have seen, Anora is my favorite movie of the year.
Oh, I didn't get to
Beyond,
see that one yet. Yeah,
it's good. I recommend it. I think you'll enjoy it. I think, yeah, you'll enjoy it because it's got like uncut gems energy,
Uncle
and I think
Joms.
uncut gems, yeah. So I think you'll enjoy that. And then of course the remaining top five would obviously, of course, be Megalopolis, Unfrosted, the Pop Tart movie. Um, let's see what else we got. Madam Web and
Beetlejuice. Yeah, yeah.
Beetlejuice.
You wouldn't shut up about how much you loved Beetlejuice. Actually,
I didn't even see Beetlejuice. Oh, and Joker 2. Who could forget the amazing cinematic experience that was Joker 2? Do you have it's going to be hard to list my top, like the remaining five, like seriously. Um,
well,
for
obviously
me,
for me, number one is Alien Romulus. Best
oh
movie of the year
God,
by
did
far.
you even see that?
No.
No, you shouldn't. I told you you shouldn't. I'm glad you haven't. Um, this has not been a. I would say for me, this has not been a strong year for movies, with the caveat that there's still a few that are pretty highly recommended that I have not seen. I've not seen Hundreds of Beavers yet. That's another one that people
I
speak pretty highly
almost
of.
turned that on, but I decided I wanted to be, I wanted to wait because maybe we would cover it because that's been
Yeah,
requested a few times by the chat.
I would like to see it. I've heard very good things about it. It's on the list to see for sure. I know you love Muggleopolis. You're people of culture. Yes, you're goddamn right we are. Check out this boner I
Check
got.
out this boner I got here.
Oh, it's so good. It's not good. It's a horrible movie. Um,
Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire. This is
did you watch that?
pretty.
I did not watch
I
that.
watched it. All right, yeah.
Did you really?
I did, yeah. Fun fact:
Why?
no empires are taken down or established in the movie, so I'm not really sure what the new empire is referring
We
to.
okay, so I haven't seen it, but isn't there like an empire of apes living beneath the Earth's surface
I
or
wouldn't
something?
necessarily call it an empire of apes. It's like one little group,
It's like a
where
colony of apes.
one little colony, where a guy has enslaved all the other apes, and King Kong then puts on a knuckle duster and goes to work, whooping some ape ass with other apes. He picks up like a Diddy Kong ape and beats up beats
Oh,
up
I
some
have
large.
seen that. I have
It's
seen that
so
clip. That's
fucking
kind
funny.
of yeah, I know I have not seen Wild Robot, so that's another one that people have said good things about, but I have not seen yet. So, yeah,
Wait, really?
the Wild Robot
I thought
Dream.
I thought you said you didn't.
No.
No? Okay.
Um,
Isn't that the one with Lupita Nyong'o? Oh, okay.
I think she's in it. I think she's the robot, right?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. So maybe we'll talk about it. Oh, what about I saw the TV glow, Jamie? That was
Oh my gosh, I saw the TV glow. I saw the TV Glow, also known as mental illness in movie form. Um, Terrible movie. I did not like that movie one bit. Except, I mean, there were some neat shots, I guess. So that's one bit, maybe. Uh, I saw the TV Glow is a very interesting movie. Ostensibly, it is a sort of allegory about gender dysphoria, but I think if you think too much about the implications of things that happened in that movie, the only reasonable conclusion to come to is that that specific writer director is not well. Um, Pray for them. Uh,
Yeah,
there's
I'm looking at the full
it's like
list
the
here.
Matrix, but it's like the Matrix, but if you were told to kill yourself to escape it, let's just say that. That is a part of the movie.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
It's
Yep.
I swear, dude, the implications of that movie are insane, and I don't think anyone, even the people that like it and champion it, have really thought about it too deeply. Um, yeah, it's kind of it's worrying, I would say. Rebel Moon director's cuts too. Yes, I didn't see any of the Rebel Moon.
I have not watched a
No,
Zack
I
Snyder
hate
movie for a little while
no,
now, actually,
and
and
that's
I've been
fine.
much happier for it. I feel
There's a number like yeah, go
as
ahead.
if a great weight has been lifted off my shoulders ever since I've been like, you know what, I don't need to watch every Zack Snyder movie that comes out to prove how much I hate the man. Um,
Yeah. This movie for this year for me has been a year full of pretty sizable disappointments. There's been a couple of movies that I would say I really quite enjoyed, Anora being one of them. And then and there is a list of movies that were all okay. I could talk about some of those. The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, the new Guy Ritchie movie about British soldiers fighting Nazis, that was okay. That was a perfectly decent movie. There's a movie called Snack Shack featuring the kid from The Fablemans. That's kind of a fun. It's not an amazing movie, but it's a pretty fun sort of coming of age story about two like young entrepreneurs in the '90s who run a snack shack at a pool. It's there's a lot of fun stuff to be had in that. Let's see what else we got. This Twisters was fine. Twisters was fine. I enjoyed Matt Walsh's "Am I Racist?" Uh, Actually, that I honestly one of the better things of the year for me because there's been so many duds. That was a pretty funny movie. I enjoyed
I'm
that.
looking through the list of like everything here, and I'm realizing that I didn't watch a lot of new movies this year. Most was like on rewatch. Pretty much
Yeah,
everything I watched last year was a rewatch.
I saw a
Um,
lot of old movies that I'd never seen before last year, so
yeah,
that was nice.
same.
It was a
I
good
did a
year
little
for
bit of
checking
that
out some
too.
classics that I'd never seen.
I enjoyed
Um,
White Christmas. I watched that for the first time
Hell yeah,
at
dude!
Christmas.
That movie's great.
Yeah, that was pretty fantastic.
What a lovely film.
Um, yeah, no, I'm looking like I mean Maxine was pretty disappointing. We talked about that. Yeah, not like the Nosferatu
Here's
one.
like
I'm
some of,
sure
like, for
I haven't
example,
checked the
like
comments, but I'm sure people are.
there's a number of movies that like I'd never seen before that I saw this year and that I was pretty happy with. Um, like Nightmare Alley, the original '40s movie that Del Toro remade. That's a great movie. Charade with Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant. That's an amazing movie. We talked about it on the channel. The original Wolfman. I was very impressed by that
Yeah,
movie.
I hadn't seen that for. Oh, you know what? We should make a plan also to visit Lee Whannell's Wolfman and possibly Invisible Man.
Uh, uh, uh,
Fuck
I'll do
you!
it.
It's January.
I'll do it. I'll do it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. I've seen a couple people in our sort of general sphere of the internet talking about that movie, and every time I'm in the comment section, I'm like, you got to watch the original. It's actually really good. Please, like, don't overlook it. The original Wolfman. No one talks about it, but it's actually pretty darn solid. I recommend it. Certainly looks way better than his new movie does.
Yeah.
Don't have high
Not
hopes for that one.
neither do I. Especially not
Oh,
after the Invisible Man. But Dune 2 is the only one that I'm like, Dune 2 is the only one that I'm like would legitimately would consider putting on a top 5 list for the year of the new ones that I saw that got
Yeah,
released.
and
So like,
I still quite like Dune 2. I don't love that one either because there's some things to weigh it down, but I it is one of the better ones last year because I mean like let since we're talking about the year it's been, can we talk about these duds? There's so many duds.
yeah.
Now that I know this is a controversial one, but I'm going to start right with it because it's very recent. Nosferatu was a dud for me. I actually kind of hate that movie now. If that baffles you, still don't worry. I'm working on a short video about it, so that will do
Oh, okay. Well,
a good
perfect.
job of
I
elucidating
I
my
also was
opinions on
not
it.
thrilled with it. I came out of the theater kind of underwhelmed, and then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I don't think I'm gonna rewatch this one. At least not
Yeah,
for a while,
true
especially
pop
after our
culture.
stream.
Yeah, true pop culture says the Wolfman with Anthony Hopkins. No, I'm talking about the 1940s Wolfman with. Oh, do you remember his name?
Lon Chaney Jr.,
Lon Chaney Jr. That's the one. That's a classic movie.
Mister Universal, played at least he's played every single Universal monster. The
At one
Mummy,
point or another. Yeah.
yeah, the Mummy. I think he played the Invisible Man in one of them. He played Dracula. He played Frankenstein's monster, and he played the Wolfman. And he's pretty fucking good at all of them. Like,
Let's talk about these duds, Hugh.
yes,
For me, Nosferatu was a dud. That might be controversial, but I was very disappointed with that movie. Joker 2, not controversial. That movie sucks. Alien Romulus, that movie sucks. Trap, that movie sucks.
Trap really did suck. Yeah,
It had some funny moments, but not enough to make it worthwhile. I watched a movie called Blink Twice, directed by Zoe Kravitz, starring Channing Tatum. That movie kind of sucked, unfortunately. Maxine, what a load of crap.
bit
Uh,
terrible. Terrible
Long
fucking
Legs,
movie. Long
Long Legs,
Legs.
what a piece of
God,
shit.
fucking awful. Holy shit, that movie sucked. Yeah, now I'm getting into it. Madam Web,
Me-
Argyle, and Borderlands, all garbage. You are correct, Matthew Leach. Correct.
Megalopolis, what a load of
What a
trash.
load of crap. Walked out of the theater. Did not care
This
for it.
one is slightly controversial, but I think people are coming around. Furiosa, not a very
Furiosa,
good
not very
movie.
good either. Had high hopes for it. Was actually super excited.
No, I think that movie kind of sucks. We talked at length about that one. The First Omen, that was a dumb movie
That
too.
was also bad.
Alex Garland's Civil War, what a turd. Immaculate, starring Sydney Sweeney, that was a garbage dumpster fire movie. Drive Away Dolls, directed by Ethan Cohen. I was really hyped on that one. That one sucked. Madam Web, that has been mentioned already. There's a movie I watched called Your Monster that totally tanked in like the 11th hour. Like it was a perfectly decent movie until it utterly like spoiled itself at the very end. Like soiled itself, I should say. Awful. Awful ending. I saw the TV Glow, mental illness in movie form, as I mentioned already. Night Swim. What a stupid movie that was. Like, there's just been so many, and
Deadpool and Wolverine.
I haven't even seen that one, but yeah, there's
I
so
did not
many.
watch it either, but I watched the EFAP on it, which is I yeah. Dune 2 was
It,
crap. Kinda, a little bit actually. There's a little bit of crap going on in Dune 2, but it's still the best of the year for me, which is not.
it is certainly not all crap. I will argue that one.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, not all, but I'm not a huge fan.
there's some dumb stuff in Dune 2 for
Yeah,
sure. It's everything to do with the Harkonnens, especially, I would say.
yeah.
Um, but the rest of it's pretty decent. Anyway, yeah, it's been and then of course there's all the things that, bigger channels like EFAP and like, Nerdrotic and all those guys have covered that I haven't even touched because it looked awful. There's Rings of Power season 2 and
Oh,
all sorts of
dude,
fun stuff.
when you remember when we were watching Rings of Power season 1 together, and I was like tearing my hair out every 5 minutes, just
It was
being
one of the worst things I've ever seen. Yeah, truly. Truly. It's awful.
I'm
And
not.
I
My resolution for 2024 is not to do that to myself again.
It's just not good for your health. I watched because when season 2 came out, they had like a couple episodes they released at once or something. I watched those just out of morbid curiosity. I'm like, I'm not doing this to myself again, so I stopped. Um, you know, more
Same.
power to the
Yeah.
people that pushed through just to see how bad it could get. I appreciate you doing the work. I did not feel like doing the work on that one. Man, yeah, a lot of stinkers this year and a lot of big disappointments. I think that's the most that's the hardest pill to swallow about this year for me, is all the movies that I was actually really looking forward to that disappointed me. But hey, so it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Such is life.
You know, have you watched Gladiator 2? Maybe that'll change your
I
mind.
didn't, I didn't, but I heard it was awful. So, like, and like there've been so many stinkers, and I've avoided some of the most obvious stinkers. So like,
Do we think, yeah, Jen's asking, do we think this is because of the strikes? Is this like, are we just getting over the last of the strike ripples in
um,
the pond of screenwriting,
it's
or
complicated because some movies the pipeline is a lot longer, but some I feel like there's been a sea change in some respect, but most of the major studios still haven't actually pivoted yet because they move that slowly. It's like
yeah,
there's an iceberg coming 5 miles ahead, but they can't actually move out of the way fast enough. So we're still like, especially Disney Marvel stuff, right?
yeah.
Like I mean, look what's coming out with Captain America: Brave New World. That looks horrible. That looks horrible. It looks like exactly the kind of slop we've been getting for like the past 3 years. Like they've learned absolutely nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Like some of these things that will be coming out like Thunderbolts, these things have been in development and production hell for ages. So there's been no time to pivot on those. Like they've tried to reshoot them, but you're not going to save those. I don't know, man. So especially the bigger it is, the slower, like the longer the movies take to come out, and so the slower they are to pivot in terms of like audiences turning against, let's say, superhero movies or whatever else.
Jesus, 2 days ago, one of the wrestling guys who's supposed to be in Captain America: Brave New World confirmed that he had been cut from the movie because of the rewrites.
Well, they had to like rewrite the entire thing.
Yeah.
It did like awful at test screenings. No wonder. Someone said the strike didn't make Ridley Scott or Francis Ford Coppola idiots. Like, no.
No,
Like,
that's
I
true.
mean, like, yeah. A lot of this stuff wasn't going to be good even if the strike happened, but like the strikes did have an effect on like the releases of some of these things and how long they take to get made and like how out of date they are by the time they come out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are certain decisions you see and you're like, oh, maybe that would have been the smart thing to do like 3 years ago. Like, like Jack Black as Steve in Minecraft. You're like, really? Because now everyone's kind of sick of that. Like, but 3 years ago, maybe, there have been more leeway there. I don't know. It's interesting how quickly things change underfoot.
Yeah. Do you think any of the upcoming Marvel movies are going to make a profit? Like,
Not for the foreseeable future.
I
I
can't
don't know.
imagine that the goodwill is still there. Like they're
Especially when they have to keep reshooting them because they've utterly failed to make anything good and it's bombing in test audiences. So they're like, oh fuck, what do we do? Better rewrite the whole thing and shoot all these new scenes. That the budget is ballooning at that point. So like, is it, especially any of these? Yeah, like they're not going to make a
did
profit.
Deadpool 3 did
Yes,
Deadpool
it
and
did.
Wolverine, like, that made money, but like
That made a lot of money.
did
It
it
made
buy
over a
back
billion.
enough of like the goodwill of the people who, like, watch it to like get them to go see Captain America and Brave New World, right? Like,
No, I think it did buy back some goodwill for a certain section of the audience who lapped it up and thought it was fine. Because
yeah.
like some people in our sphere didn't like that movie, but a lot of people did and thought it was perfectly fine and serviceable for better and for worse. So that earns back some goodwill, but it won't transfer over to Captain America: Brave New World
Yeah.
because it looks nothing. It has none of what people liked about Deadpool and Wolverine. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not like the goofy, satirical, meta, tongue-in-cheek stuff,
Yeah,
or
like,
like beloved older character coming back,
yeah.
etc.
Honestly, I'm like cautiously optimistic about James Gunn's Superman movie. Like that
Yeah, have you
seems
seen the trailer?
I have, yeah. And
It looks like it might be all right.
yeah.
I don't have super high hopes
No, neither
because
do I, but like, he looks like he's having a good time with it. It's bright, it's colorful. Crypto is saving the day. Like, come on. We're doing Superman now. We've stopped turning all the DC heroes into Batman. And we can enjoy Superman again, maybe. Who knows? Um,
That will make money. I don't know if it'll be the massive hit they're hoping for, but it'll make money for sure.
Yeah.
I want it to be good. I don't have especially high hopes. As someone mentioned, Fantastic Four. I think Fantastic Four and Superman has been mentioned by other people much more knowledgeable than I about the comic book movie world. Those movies kind of are what the future of superhero movies kind of hinge on to a degree. If those are massively successful, that could reinvigorate things. If they aren't, future plans might be shaky, to say the least.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about the new Fantastic Four movie
There's no
yet.
trailer yet. I don't think. I think it'll probably drop at the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's when
Interesting.
they typically. That's when they typically do. Anyway, that's enough speculating about comic book shit. Uh, any closing thoughts on James and the Giant Peach and Coraline?
Pretty decent all around.
Yeah,
Worth watching. James and the Giant Peach is a banger, man. It's
yeah,
a
it's a good film.
forgotten banger.
Well, I
Yeah.
suppose that'll about do it for us. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Thanks for asking all the tangent questions. We like those too. And thanks for the super chats. We very much appreciate it.
Oh,
Uh,
real quick. Speaking of tangent questions, Pie Guy asked, "Are you cautious or optimistic for 28 years later?" I'm gonna go with both. I like the trailer. That is
trailer's good.
trailer's really good. That is one of the only times in recent memory that I've seen a trailer and actually been like, "Man, I can't wait for that to come out." Um,
Yep.
so
Yep. Yep. But it is written by Alex Garland, so of
yeah,
course
so I'm
there's that.
gigantic grain of salt because he's some poop.
He certainly is now. That's for damn sure. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I am also cautiously optimistic about that one. So,
Yeah.
Hugh, do we know already what we're doing next week? Can
Nope.
we tell them? No, we can't. Okay.
Nope.
Well,
You'll
well, I
just have to
can't.
find out with the rest of us.
Oh, well, all right then. There's a couple things it could be. I suppose we shan't announce it yet. Thank you all very much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and we'll see you next time. There's a couple of videos in the pipeline, one short, one long, that hopefully will be out before very long. You can look forward to those. One of them, as I hinted already, will be about Nosferatu. That's going to be a sort of not a full review of the entire movie, but a sort of detailed review of one aspect of it. So I am scripting that right now because oh boy, I have a great many thoughts about it. So gonna get that out and another longer video to chew on in between these Sunday streams. Those will be out soon, and we'll see you next time for whatever it may be. It won't be Bambi yet, but we will continue with that arc at some point.
Yes. Sometime soon. Just got to get
Yes.
some things aligned for that one.
Yeah. We got to go
Yeah.
get some real deer to watch it with.
Yeah.
Get their opinion on it.
Representation matters. Yeah.
Yeah, representation. It's the most important
Yeah.
thing.
And
Anyway,
speaking of that, the Redskins are playing tonight. Let's go, baby.
let's
Paul
go.
Maryland Super Bowl. It's in the cards.
That would be nuts.
That would be fucking
actually
crazy. I'm really
that would
hoping
be
that it
crazy.
happens. Actually, like and that the
When's the
Ravens
last
lose.
time? When's the last time that was actually in the cards? Has it ever been in the cards?
The last time would have been like 2005 when the Redskins made the Super Bowl last, I think.
Right.
Which is yeah. Or
What a time to be alive that
no,
they're
did they
actually
make
good
the Super
again.
Bowl? No. Like
was
like
before that,
at
wasn't
least
it?
a decade ago when they made the
Yeah.
playoffs, only to immediately lose. But now both teams are pretty good. So
We'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
bye.